Well, yeah, we're not doing the hotspot Wi-Fi attempt again. It's not working. Pretty safe to say. Just gonna have to stick with what we have for right now, unfortunately, until I can do better. I think my mic. I think I might have actually had the mic on mute somehow. I don't know. I think I might have bumped it by mistake. It seems like I can't seem to get anything to go right now with this stream. Frustrating, but I'll figure it out. Hopefully,
So
Hopefully you can hear me now, because the mic is indeed on.
Yeah, it's trying to get a tech together. This northern one definitely has it. Probably going to poke it for some hail. It's probably going to go right over.
It's pretty stable. His stream looks pretty stable, though. That's a good sign. There's some good news there to be had.
I'm going to be positioning for this up here.
Yeah, I think I just had the mic on mute somehow. I don't know what's going on today.
Copy that. I'm going to go a little bit further.
Actually didn't work today. I guess I'm just kind of thrown off by that. I don't know. Alright, so we're buffering just a little bit. Current temperature where he is right now is at 76.5 and there's a dew point of 60. Perfect kind of atmosphere for severe storms, especially given the environment that we have today with all the parameters in place. So we'll watch him and see what goes on here. Let's hope that his stream stays pretty consistent as we hang out over here towards Texas right now. As this progresses a little further off to the east, eventually we're going to get into those Ozarks again, and it's going to be a little bit more troublesome. Both of these storms do look impressive on radar, even if they aren't
everybody's having a wonderful
imminently
day
tornadic. They're definitely looking really impressive in regards to hail in particular.
Texoma Drive is where we're going to get off. Start making our way west from there. You could kind of see maybe the base of the storm starting to come into frame into the picture here as time goes, as he continues to draw closer to it. It's actually making a right turn, so I think we're going to intercept this one really fast. Heard that? Said the storm could be making a right turn here, and that could be interesting. Because right-turning storms often end up having increased tornado potential. At least that was the olden saying in the early 2000s. Not all storms that will turn right end up producing tornadoes, but I've seen plenty of situations where they make that right turn, they start to go tornadic here. Looks like Vince Welty is also on this same cell right here. This does look like it keeps on trying to form a little bit of an inflow notch, and this is heading towards an area where I was thinking that we would start to see a little bit of a wind maximum on the low-level jet across this region here. So it's going to be interesting to see how this develops from that point. So even though we're still getting severe thunderstorm warnings forming off to the northeast, if you happen to be watching over here in Sherman, Knollwood, or Howell, Gunther, you may need to keep a close eye on this, because this could very well take that right turn that he's aforementioning and maybe start to rotate too. Not saying that it will, but don't sleep on this one. That's what I'm really trying to get at here. Wow, that's a great view. Stuck behind that 18-wheeler, I can relate to that. I was dealing with that earlier today on the way to work, only to be told to go home, which really sucks. It's a lot of gas that just got wasted. That Southern one's got a monster
bigger hail core on it now. It's definitely making a right turn.
You aren't lying there. Still looks like towards the backside of this, the storm is outflow dominant, because you see how it has that backward C shape. So this isn't, like I said, this isn't imminently producing a tornado as of right now. But if it does take that right turn that he's aforementioning, things could change pretty fast. And this storm looks pretty impressive too. Not necessarily by means of anything tornadic, but that has a pretty strong hail core on it. Look at the returns. We're all the way in the blue over here. When you start to get into those pinks and blues around there, that's usually a very good indicator that there's some hail in that storm. But also the rainfall rates with this storm is going to be ridiculous. In fact, let's see if I can't find any. Find a quick look at some hail here. Or I'll just really look at the. Okay, this is the part I haven't even gotten a look at here. Let's go with the 1 hour precip total. Still dealing with a little bit of lag, but it's getting slightly better. We're the underdog weather nerd streamer for right now. We're on our way though. We'll get there. Slowly but surely. Okay, so we're under an inch an hour totals is what's falling right now. Probably won't see anything in regards to that. But, oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong area. These storms are getting close to that 1 inch an hour total, which is more than enough to cause flash flooding. Because here's one thing to note here with the storm drains. Even though that they state that they can do 17 inch an hour rainfall rates, that's only for the first hour. So after that point, say you were to still get decent bit of rainfall, the storm drains will eventually start to fail. I mean, it's still impressive, and in a normal situation you aren't going to see that kind of rainfall. But if you get storm after storm in this kind of situation, like what we could be seeing in areas like Mississippi, then we could have a little bit of an issue. Again, a lot of it's going to depend heavily on how much rain falls up. And it looks like a new tornado watch just got issued here. I was wondering when it would happen, but I've been saying for the last little bit on the last couple times with this,
it looks like our storm's trying to wrap around.
That the parameters over here seem to lean a little bit more into tornado, where these areas off to the west seemed like they were starting to mainly just be for severe thunderstorm warnings. Switch back to the reflectivity real quick. In fact, I'm also thinking that they're a little bit suspicious of this storm over here, where Vince and Brandon are. Maybe they may be looking at possibly issuing a tornado warning if they progress too much, if they continue to evolve in the manner that they are. Oh, this storm looks like it's starting to develop a hook now. Let's see if we can get a good look at it now. Brandon Kopic is stopped almost to take a look at this storm a little bit, or watch this storm kind of roll in here. Trying to see exactly where he is. Computer's starting to slow up a bit too, though, which I don't like. So we'll get his stream off of there. It still looks like this is bowed a little bit outflow dominant, but it does look like it's starting to take a little bit of that right turn as it's heading more towards Sherman now. Whereas in the last couple of frames, it was heading more of a northeasterly direction, maybe even northeast. All right, hopefully we're still doing okay with the stream here. I had to close off that stream, his feed, because I think it was slowing us down just a tiny bit. So anyone that's just come onto the stream here, welcome. We are watching the second day of a multi-day severe weather outbreak. What is likely to be a multi-day severe weather outbreak. Yesterday was pretty active. We streamed for about 5 hours on that one. We saw one tornado in northwestern Alabama and a multitude of damaging wind and hail reports. Today, I expect very similar results. Thanks for being on here. Be sure to hit that like button, and if you haven't subscribed already, as this will help get the video out to more people as time goes on. Let's go ahead and look at the details of this tornado watch. This looks like it's a pretty large spanning tornado watch. Looks like it's active in 5 different states here. Okay, so we have this tornado watch. We have central and northern Texas in here. This is only through Texas, but it says it was almost for like 5 states. Or 5 different sectors of Texas, maybe. But it mainly issued for north central Texas, so we'll zoom out and take a look at the areas involved here. But we have an overall tornado threat of about 70%, and even a strong tornado risk of about 30%, which is pretty notable, actually. That hook's starting to develop more now in that last scan. Look at that. We're starting to see it become a little less outflow dominant here. And Brandon and Vince are in perfect position to maybe intercept this storm as it's heading towards Sadler. This could very well get a tornado warning very soon here. Let's go ahead and check the velocities with this one. Come on now. Ooh, that's a pretty strong couplet starting to develop there. Yeah, I think that very soon we're going to see them call a tornado warning on this, especially if this gets more tight by the next scan. It's still a little bit on the broad side, but not by much. I think this rotation is becoming very notable now. Don't be surprised within the next 10 minutes to maybe see a tornado warning be issued on this storm that these two are on. So if this were to become tornado warned,
Some of the areas that would be in the path here would be, of course, Sadler, as it's probably going through there right now, in all honesty, because we're waiting on the next scan to come through, and it's practically right on top of them now. But Pottsboro, Shawnee, Texas, Warner Junction, Cartwright, Fink, Wallow Spring, all of you should be keeping an extra close eye on this storm here. Maybe heading to and I would probably recommend even heading to your safe place. Platter, Olive, Allison, Old Allison. This is a little bit further down the line, but it is heading in your direction. So depending on what this does, you might need to be ready to take action here. This does have that look of a classic supercell here for sure. Ouch. Let's see what Vince Walty's looking like right now. See if maybe his stream will pop up for me this time. Last couple times I haven't really been able to get him. Vince Walty is outside the car right now, probably taking photos of this storm, which looks like it's on the way to being tornado warned here. Yeah, we don't really get too many stable feeds from Vince, unfortunately, on this channel for whatever reason. I think it's mostly on my end from the Wi-Fi. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're getting anything from him. Like we may get 2 seconds from him, and then that's about it. See what this next radar scan ends up doing, but I'm almost certain that that's getting ready to be a tornado warned storm here. I also have a little bit of further activity over towards the south now. And I think this is where Brad Arnold is, and he's anticipating what these trying to anticipate what these storms over here will end up doing. These storms don't really look like they have any momentum built up just yet, but I think in time they'll develop, and then he'll be ready to pounce right on those. But he's a little bit too far south right now, I think, to catch that last storm here. See if they put a tornado possible tag on that last storm. Not so far, no. But now that storm's also being flagged for 2-inch hail, too. Next radar scan should be coming in shortly here. Yeah, hook is continuing to tighten up here. Like I said, within the next scan or two, I would seriously think they'd start to call tornado warning here. Then this storm over here is starting to look a little bit more impressive too. Like it could eventually start to rotate here and may warrant a tornado warning itself here. Both of these storms look like they've really started to respond to the environment here now. And then here's a new cell that's forming over here past Gunter. We'll have to keep an eye on that one too. But these two storms definitely look like they are stealing the show here for right now. Or they're starting the show more or less, because we will probably be seeing more of this as time goes on. We're definitely in an environment that's more than capable of producing multiple tornadoes, some of which could even be strong. I'm going to see if there's any other radar sites where we can maybe get a look at these storms here. It looks like as time goes on here, this radar site in Shreveport is probably going to be the one we go to next. This will probably have a good view of these storms over here towards where Brad Arnold is, around Tyler and Longview. The storm over here towards Van and Grand Saline is interesting right now. Doesn't look like anything tornadic, but it definitely looks like it could start to become severe warned over time. There is one storm over here behind where Brad Arnold is here that looks like it's trying to get its act together. Really, these storms behind Brad look really interesting, so I don't know what he should... Really, I'm not sure what he would want to do here. I think he's probably going to be closer towards that storm that's looking like it's trying to become tornado warned. But more so, looks like we're going to switch back to the Dallas radar real quick. Just give me a second. Yeah, this looks really impressive. This is starting to look pretty impressive still. We don't see that curling in just yet, though. Like, it's still trying to be a little bit outflow dominant. And I think some of that rain cooled air from this storm isn't helping it any. And the same can be said for the storm that's further to the south. It looks like it's really impressive here. It's got the supercellular look, but you see that little backward sea. Those are mainly damaging winds. We need that rain cooled air to wrap around that little flank right here. And we just aren't seeing that happen right now. And that's why we're not getting any tornado warnings out of it. It's an impressive storm. It's still a very strong storm, very dangerous storm. But this does not have the look of an imminent tornado, that's for sure.
Let's get a look at the entire radar scope here. Starting to see that line begin to develop here over towards Abilene. We're going to have to watch that now. We're probably going to see a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings be associated with that now. Switch over to this radar real quick while we're waiting on these other two storms to continue to evolve here. I'm not sure if they're going to end up producing tornadoes or not, but we can definitely anticipate this line that's developing over here between Abilene and San Angelo. We'll probably see an increasing number of severe thunderstorm warnings as time goes on across this region here. So there's going to be multiple rounds here. But also another thing to note here, we have to keep in mind that this line of severe storms will also have the ability to produce embedded supercells and tornadoes even. Here's the latest scan here, by the way. This is the radar over towards Wichita Falls here. Looks like it's trying. It really looks like it's trying to produce now. Does not look quite as outflow dominant now. It's starting to look like it's trying to wrap up just a bit. I think Vince Welty's in the better spot right now. I think Brandon might be closer towards doing more of a core punch right now and seeing what the hail looks like. See if we can get a hold of Vince's stream here. Looks like Vince is on the move right now. And looks like Vince is also lagging right now. Yep, can't keep his stream on to save my life right now. Just as quickly as that storm looked really impressive, now it's looking really sloppy. It's like literally the storm's just got itself undercut here. So I do not see an imminent tornado threat with this right now. Could be a weak echo region trying to develop too, but the reflectivity is a lot less impressive than what I saw in the last scan, that's for sure. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity signature. Yeah, I mean, there's still broad rotation there, but there's nothing that says imminent tornado at all. And the same can be said with this storm down here. So let's go ahead and see if there's anything else down the line to look at. I'm going to try to see if I can find a feature on here that looks for the integrated moisture here. I think that's it right there, actually. I think I found it. Yeah, these two definitely look like they're hail producers, but I can't get a great idea as to what this could mean. I'm not super familiar with this radar mode either, so I'm not gonna act like I know exactly what's going on with this here. But both of these are definitely producing severe hail. I can tell you that for free. And looks like we'll be watching these as they go off to the north and east. Maybe a little further down the line they might produce a tornado or two possibly, but I'm thinking these storms are going to pretty much remain more so outflow dominant and just be big time hailers, if anything else. We're going to switch over and look to those storms that maybe Brad Arnold is looking at. Switch back over to the Shreveport radar. Seems like there's a couple of new alerts here, maybe some new severe thunderstorm warnings. So far, no. Looks like the same ones. Taylor and Jones County look like the latest one. Or actually, the correction, that's towards Pittsburgh, Oklahoma. Other than that, we're seeing pretty similar, pretty much reissues for the same warnings that warnings we've already been seeing. Switch back over to Fort Worth here. Look at these storms further off to the west now, because it seems like more severe thunderstorm warnings are being issued more so towards Abilene, including one that includes the city of Abilene. But we're not going to switch to that radar site because of how close that line of storms is to there. Definitely starting to see a more pronounced damaging wind threat with this little cluster right here. It's become a little bit. It's got that characteristic of that backward C there. So that's something to keep an eye on. This storm looks like it's taking an interesting shape, like it's got that kidney bean look, like it's trying to go supercellular. But still looks relatively unorganized. But it could be something to watch a little later on. I do think this eventually just congeals into a big line of storms here. And we'll just kind of have to watch and see what that line ends up doing, because this is going to be right on the fringe of that front there. Let's see if we can't switch over to this radar site here towards Round Rock. I don't think this is going to have the scope needed to look at these storms further south, but we'll give it a shot if I can get it to load here. Dang. I think this might be a local site though. Oh no, it's legit. Oh, this is the one towards Austin. Yeah, nothing really forming further to the south, or if it is forming, it's not showing up on this radar site. Maybe we'll try San Antonio. It's just outside of the main radar circle here. I was trying to find one that would still cover some of those storms that are further to the north, since they already have warnings on there, but it just didn't look like that was going to happen there. Let's see what San Antonio has to offer here for these southern cells. No. Well, there's one cell here that looks kind of interesting, but yeah, we're in a tiny little bit of a radar hole here unless we want to look at the Abilene storms. which when we look closer towards the site, it's going to look a little bit messier. Come on now. There we go. Actually, it's not too bad right now. Thought we were going to have much worse interference, but things actually look pretty good on this radar site. Cell over here towards Santa Ana looks pretty interesting right now. Not super organized, but could be something a little further down the line as it gets into a more favorable atmosphere. A lot of the stuff over here, a lot of the energy over here towards the south has been relatively untapped. So I think this is where tornado threat really starts to increase as well. Okay, wait a minute. The storm over towards Santa Ana is really starting to pick up now. Starting to develop a little bit of an appendage there, or dangly bit, as guys like Ryan Hall will call them. Just a tiny one, though. Yeah, you can definitely see this is developing that supercellular structure here. Hail core's starting to develop too, so this is forming pretty quick. We'll have to see what this one ends up bringing forth as it moves further to the north and east. So far, not really much in the way of rotation. There could be a little pocket right here that's pretty weak, but that's not towards where we would be most likely to see a tornado right now.
So we'll jump back to velocity here and see what's happening. Actually, it's not too far off. But see, this is the problem that these little pop-ups that right here that have developed. This is the problem that I see happening here. The environment's so explosive is that so to the point where like new storms will start to form right ahead of where this storm is really starting to evolve. These storms will end up undercutting it, and as a result, we'll end up seeing this storm become outflow dominant, and we'll see more so along the lines of damaging winds, more so than tornadoes. A situation where if we were a little bit closer to the forcing yesterday, I think there would have been maybe a few more tornadoes than what we ended up seeing. But upper level forcing and lift can be a very tricky game to try and forecast. But still looks like this is trying to develop, but it does look like it's already trying to go outflow dominant as well. Oh, thank you for subbing AEW Williams Pedro, or AEW. Is it okay if I just call you that? Or Omega, or Leon, whichever one you prefer. But welcome, man. Hope you're enjoying the stream right now. We got a pretty dangerous, severe situation developing right now. Multiple storms are severe warned right now. No tornado warnings as of yet. But we will be here for pretty much the entire outbreak. Right now things are somewhat quiet, but they're definitely beginning to pick up here. These storms are still going pretty strong over here towards Sherman and what is that town that Brandon Kopic's in right now? I'm trying to figure out the name of that. Denison. I thought it was Denison. I want to make sure I pronounced it right though. I think this storm is about to become a big-time windbag now as it heads towards Sherman here. I think this is the one that Vince Welty's heading in to intercept, just to get a look at what's going on inside of there. I think Vince Welty is most likely going to be heading north to probably stay ahead of these storms. Yeah, Vince is heading north. And I think Vince is heading on to this one, just to get a look at that hail core probably, or get a look at those winds. So a lot of wind energy also out ahead of these storms, so you could probably still end up seeing 40 to 50 mile wind gust, mile per hour wind gust or more, even if you aren't directly under a storm. So it's going to be some crazy conditions regardless of whether or not you get severe weather. The storm system is a beast, to say the least. That rhymed. So let's go back towards the storms developing over here. This storm just got a special weather statement on it. This storm is going to probably be nailed for a large hail. Maybe some 45 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts there. Let's go ahead and look at it. Let's go ahead and look at this one right here. Yep, 50 mile per hour winds, nickel size hail as of right now. It's all radar indicated at the moment. Would not be surprised to see if this becomes confirmed, because we are getting some pretty good returns here with the reflectivity. It's an interesting line of embedded supercells that are popping up over here just to the south of Abilene. We'll have to see what that ends up doing. Whenever you start to see if that line gets more organized and we see kinks in that could be a real problem, because there could be embedded tornadoes within there. But right now, it doesn't look like it's too threatening at the moment. Still a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the city of Abilene, too. This has 70 mile per hour wind gust report indicated with that, as well as 1 inch hail. we could probably see some really big wind gusts over the course of the evening today, in the afternoon and evening. This is still radar indicated. The storm's moving at 45 miles per hour right now. And this warning is in effect for Callahan, Jones, Shackelford, and Taylor counties. So treat this almost as if it was a tornado warning, because it has the winds to do the same kind of damage as a small one. So take shelter. Then this is a really impressive signature right here with this storm over here. And this is to the north of Abilene over here. This has 70-mile-per-hour winds tagged with it. I would lean as far as to say this will probably be confirmed if they're making their way to the surface. But this is the same storm, I think, actually. This might be the same warning. These are different parts of the county, though. Yeah, I think this is actually the same warning. But this part of the storm here is definitely the most impressive. And there's a few little fingers out there ahead of it that could be little inflow notches that we'll have to watch too for the threat of tornadoes. Like right around here, I think, is where the strongest winds are going to be. Go ahead and circle that. Right about here. And I think the next few towns that could be out ahead of this would be Breckenridge as of right now. Or actually, this has more of an eastward component to it. So we'll get that out the way. Kind of draw this little path to the east here as this heads towards 180 over here. And 183. That was a terrible line. Go ahead and also look at the velocity here just to pick up how strong these winds actually are. Of course, with it being right on this radar site here, it's going to be a little weird. There's no rotation to be seen as of right now, but there is something to watch there. In regards to damaging winds, the strongest, of course, are going to be towards the radar site right now, since the storm is practically going right over it. But there's definitely some strong winds lurking back there, at least up to about 60 miles an hour, if not more. There are some pretty good returns on that as well. Let's actually see if we can't sample it. Yeah, I'm seeing at least up to 50 miles per hour in velocity shear, but there's nothing at about 80 miles an hour just yet, or 70 or 80 miles per hour, I should say. Excuse me. go back and check those storms a little further to the north here. See if anything's changed with them. It looks like they're going to probably just be big hailers for the rest of their duration as they move further up, further up to the north and east here. Interesting thing to note here is this storm that's over here towards Sherman is starting to take more of an eastern track now versus a northeast track like the storm to the left here. So maybe some potential this thing might try to redefine itself and maybe evolve into a supercell with a tornado potential once again. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest on this. 1.5-inch hail. It's for Cook and Grayson counties, north central Texas. Ping pong ball size hail. Sounds about right. Still radar indicated, nothing confirmed yet. I think Brandon's en route to this storm, trying to get an idea of what it could be doing here. Okay, let's get this out of the way. But yeah, this looks like a giant blob of hail heading his way. And he's in perfect position to intercept that hail core. See if we can't watch.
I'm gonna go back up to 82. Maybe go west a little bit out of 82.
He's getting stuck in traffic from the looks of it. Gotta love that big city traffic. He's getting closer and closer to the Dallas Metro. And I know from living and experience in Atlanta, city traffic is not fun. It can be a real pain to maneuver around, especially if you're trying to chase a storm. Yeah, we're losing this stream again. We'll cut that off for now. Actually looks like he might be trying to avoid that hail core. I don't think the hail would damage his windshield, but maybe he just doesn't want to deal with that right now. And if so, I can't blame him. Pretty early in the year to have to take your vehicle to the shop to get it repaired because of the hail. Insurance companies probably love that too. Gonna check back with this main line right here. Could see a weak echo region develop here, maybe. if this gets more organized. But still, damaging winds definitely seem like they're going to be a big deal as they head into Breckenridge. No storm chasers expected to be on this one, I don't think, because this will pretty much signal the end of the event for them, and probably the end of their chase. But yeah, it looks like the only town in the path of this big line of storms here with damaging wind potential seems to be only Breckenridge. Oh no, there's a couple of smaller towns. There's Cato, Necessity, Franklin, Harpersville, or Frankel, excuse me, Harpersville, Wayland, La Casa. Then a little further down the line, we have Metcalf Gap, Palo Pinto, Lone Cape, Santo, Brad. We'll all be watching you guys as the storm draws closer to you. Threat with this is damaging winds, and as a result, you need to treat this almost like it is a tornado warning, and a very wide one, because these winds are going to be fierce. We're talking at least 70 mile per hour winds possibly with this. Even if this doesn't reach severe limit, 50 mile per hour winds are more than enough to cause damage to your house, blow around objects that are not tied down. So if you are further out ahead of this severe storm, if you're in Breckenridge, I'm just gonna let you know now it's already too late. Just make sure you got into your shelter. But anywhere in between this pocket here, between the I-80 corridor before you get to Mineral Wells, you have a little bit of time. So make sure you get the dog in the house. Make sure that you have the kids' toys are out of the backyard, front yard, wherever they may be outside. Bring those in, and then hunker down and take shelter, because it is definitely coming. I know that's a bad circle, but I'm trying. Looks like the southern end of this line is starting to develop now. Starting to see increasing severe thunderstorm warnings there. And these storms are really starting to develop here. This one over towards Coleman, Texas looks really interesting. Looks like that one might be down for some 60 mile per hour plus winds there. Also some pretty large hail. So this one's going to have to be watched too. And some areas that could be in the line of fire there are going to be, of course, Coleman, Cross Plains, Rising Star, and a little further down the line, areas between Cross Plains, like Coleman, between Cross Plains, Coleman, or Cross Plains, Carbon, excuse me, Cisco, Gorman, and Rising Star. You guys are not under severe thunderstorm warning yet, but you should be getting ready to head to shelter, because one will probably be issued for you guys in just a little bit here. This storm's moving pretty quickly. It's going to, oops, this is a different storm. We'll go ahead and look at it anyway. But this is moving at 40 miles per hour. This has 70 mile per hour wind gusts with this storm. So make sure you're taking shelter if you're in those areas there. We have a new storm with a severe thunderstorm warning now. And this one's going to be issued for... Well, I think that's the storm I just clicked on, actually. I think it was just reissuance. And these storms to the south here have special weather statements and significant weather advisories on it. So in due time, we'll see these storms start to organize further, and eventually Austin may be in the line of fire for some activity here, and then eventually even College Station, areas in between there and College Station will be in some action there. We'll have to see if a mesoscale discussion gets issued there for talking about a watch being issued in those regions. Still nothing in the way of tornado warnings. We do have this one severe thunderstorm warning over here towards southeastern Oklahoma. We'll keep an eye on that one too. That expires in 18 minutes, but this is a storm moving 50 miles an hour. Has 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-size hail. Radar indicated, of course. So this is in effect for Pittsburgh County. This has been ongoing for a little bit now. So McAllister, Krebs, Savannah, Ashland, McAllister Regional Airport, Haywoods, Scipio, and Apilar. Hopefully you guys are in your safe spot or indoors at the very least. I'm going to switch over to this radar site while we're at it. Get a good look at that. Yeah, and you can already see even from a distance that this has a pretty pronounced hail core with it. This is passing through McAllister right now. And then this may pass just to the north of Quentin here. But Crowder Public Schools, it looks like you guys will be in line next. And then maybe Indianola, and then Carlton Landing. Because more than likely, this storm is probably going to get a reissued severe thunderstorm warning or brand new polygon in just a moment here. Because this storm does not look like there's any reason for this storm to slow down here. Or at least not yet. I think as it gets outside of this tornado watch polygon, I think it may start to slow down just a little bit. But even then, there were some parts of Arkansas that were in the action here as well.
looks like we finally got a tornado warning here. Switch over to the Abilene radar. Just trying to look for Reed Timmer's stream. I can't let you hear it obviously because I'll probably get taken down for doing that, but I'm gonna at least try to see exactly what he's got going on right now. But let's go ahead and look at this. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. And this is the exact storm that I was calling out earlier too. These little small fingers across that line have formed up into a little bit of an inflow notch, and right along that little notch looks like there is some rotation there. We'll go ahead and take a look at it on the velocity product here. Yeah, there's a decent little couplet there. It's right on the edge of that warning there, just to the west of Breckenridge. Doubt that it's down, but it's rotating strongly enough to believe that there could be potential for a tornado to develop here. Actually, it's not to the west, it's right to the south of Breckenridge. It might go right through. I clicked the wrong thing. I clicked velocity like an idiot. Let's go ahead and look at and see if there's any sort of CC drop there. Because the tricky thing about these little storms like these is they could be rapid fire. They'll form up quick, drop a tornado, and then they'll be out within the next scan. But this is, of course, a radar indicated tornado, and it's for Stevens County. So we see Breckenridge in that tornado warning. Some other areas that we could be seeing in there as well. If I can get this to go down, would be Ivan right now. It's the only other town in the path of this. But if you're in Breckenridge or Ivan or along the 180 corridor, I think this is State Highway 180 or maybe US 180, I'm not entirely sure, take shelter. Let's go back to reflectivity here. Monitor the rest of this line here, because this line looks like it's becoming more and more impressive by the minute here. See a few storm mergers about to take place here. We always have to watch those for potential quick spin ups too. Oh, Reed Timmer's currently not live right now, unfortunately, so we're just going to have to wait and see what happens there. Still wouldn't be able to show any of his stream, but at least I'd be able to tell you what's going on there, since I'm having trouble keeping people's streams up on Radar Omega right now. But quick rundown of what's going on here as we're getting increasing numbers of severe thunderstorm warnings.
is a large trough over here has worked its way into parts of Texas here, and has met with this cold and is bringing cold air into this warm sector. And what's going to happen as a result is basically what you're seeing right here. A lot of severe thunderstorms. This storm system has a lot of wind energy with it, so damaging winds are going to be the main threat. But tornado threat is also very high too, so we will be keeping an eye on that as well. And we'll see this storm system moving on through Texas and then eventually into the Ozarks in the overnight, where the tornado threat is supposed to apparently heighten a little bit more. So it's going to be a very long night, going to be a very long stream, but I'll be here with you guys watching everything unfold here. Look at this storm over here towards Denson now. Look at the hail core with that. That's crazy. This storm looks really crazy right now. This is going to have some crazy hail with it. Wonder what the severe thunderstorm warning is indicating right now, because on that radar we could see up to about, maybe even up to about 2-inch hail. Yep, called it. 2-inch hail. There's no doubt in my mind there. And this is right where Brandon Kopic is. Let's see if we can trying to get a look at what the hail could be looking like here, but I haven't really seen a feature that allows me to easily. Shoot, if anyone knows, let me know. If anyone knows where I can find hail, on a way to get good looks at hail, let me know. But this is a pretty good indicator right here. This is the best I've seen so far, but there's very clearly some heavy rain and most likely some ice indicated high into the atmosphere with this. New tornado warning. I think that either got extended. Oh, this one's towards Oklahoma. Let's go ahead and look at this one now. Business starting to pick up a little bit more. May have to go get some water in a minute. Try to keep things rolling here. I don't know why I'm not able to get that. There we go. Let's switch this over to the velocity setting here. Okay, so this tornado warning is located near Durant. Some towns included in there, but aren't limited to Caddo, Wasetta, Armstrong, 7 Mile Corner, Pritchard, Matoy, Banty, Cade, Old Bennington, Boca Chico, Blue, and Purdy. Here's a radar couplet right here. It's pretty well pronounced. It's a pretty strong couplet, I would say. I have a 46 mile per hour shear coming towards the radar, or 53 actually. Then away from the radar. Not quite as impressive, but it's notable enough. So all in all, gate to gate, that's about maybe 64 miles per hour as of right now. Also has a potential for 1 3/4 inch hail. So in theory, that would be golf ball sized. Yep, golf ball sized hail. So it's a pretty nasty storm coming through this area here. If this storm holds together, the areas further down the line that will probably be likely to see the next tornado warning would end up being, let's go ahead and see if we can get a good scroll over here. We would see Sunkist, Bowler, Crystal, Old Ferris, Lone Pine, Ferris, and then
Darwin over here and anywhere on State Route 3, it looks like. You don't need to go to your safe place just yet, but you might need to slowly walk there, because if this storm holds together, you guys will be in the tornado warning next, most likely. Got a new warning that just came in. I don't know if that's severe or not, or tornado warning. We're about to find out, though. Can see a little bit of a hook right here. And this is amongst a little line segment of storms here. And it's along with that storm that's been hanging out over towards Sherman for a bit now. It's finally clearing out of that area. It looks like it's a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is over towards Oklahoma, it looks like. Then there's a reissue over here towards Stevens and Eastland counties in Texas. Business is definitely starting to pick up here. We'll go ahead and watch this storm and see what this ends up doing, though. Or really what these two storms are doing. So that's the first tornado warning there, and here's the second one. It's just now starting to pass through Breckenridge. Let me see if one of these are down. Let's go ahead and look at the CC here. Looks like Vince Welty's in a position here to maybe intercept that storm here. Let's switch to the Fort Worth radar. We should be able to get a view of both of these with this. Most likely this will be rain wrap. So if we do get one of these guys streams up, it's probably not going to be perfect there. I don't see any CC drop with the Breckenridge storm. Let's go ahead and look at this storm here. It's probably going to be really messy, really tough to get a good look. But I don't see a CC drop here as well. I see just a lot of noise, more or less. Uh-oh. We're struggling to get Vince's stream up. And that kind of storm, though, it doesn't surprise me. There is a lot of stuff going on in there. Wait, hang on a minute. We might be coming around. Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't know if his stream's going to pop up here. It's really asking a lot out of equipment to be going through a storm like that. And then just having a stream readily available for people to watch. It's a tough game that they play out there. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to get his stream up. It looks like he's the only one out there too. And we just went full screen with it. No, we didn't. There we go. Let's go ahead and switch over to reflectivity again. Still 2 tornado warnings. Probably getting the old warnings from the severe thunderstorm warnings expiring. Probably see new ones getting issued probably within the next 10 to 20 minutes or less. Brandon does not seem ready to give up on that storm that's further to the south here. It just seems like it has a lot of hail potential. It just does not seem like it wants to produce a tornado, though, right now. But we'll see what happens with it. So that little radar notch that was there a little bit ago towards Breckenridge, I think that's pretty much gone now. Let's go ahead and take a look at the not reflectivity, but the velocity with this one. I think that this warning isn't going to last for too much longer. Like I said, with these this kind of setup here, no, there's still a good bit of rotation there. Seems more so like a shear line, but right about here is where the cursor is. That's where I'm thinking there still could be a chance of something coming down here. This tornado warning may get extended. For how long is going to be the question. I think this could, if this does end up being reissued, by the way, we could be looking at areas like Possum Kingdom Lake, State Road 16, and Coronado's Camp, Gratford, Salesville, maybe even Pedenville. We'll have to watch you guys for the threat of a possible tornado. Nothing seems to be down, though, so there's some good news to be had there. It looks like it's getting a little bit better organized in this last frame here. Looks like if there's going to be anything that pops up, it's going to be on the leading edge of this line. In this situation, at least. So what more than likely will happen based off what I'm seeing here is that storm will probably come in. It'll be rain wrapped, and somewhere in this little pocket here is where our tornado is most likely going to be, right here. So again, no confirmation of anything down based off of radar reflectivity or anything like that, or correlation coefficients, but still need to be taking this very seriously, because it could literally drop at any given time, and odds are you are not going to be able to see it. Charge my phone real quick. Let's go ahead and look back up north, see if there's still a tornado warning with this cell here. Hook's starting to go away with this one as well, but there's still an inflow notch here, almost like a weak echo region could be developing here. And we keep seeing this storm, it's almost like it's playing with us, like it's trying to form a hook, but it just never really gets its act together. And I think there's a little too much rain around that mesocyclone to really get anything going there. So we're just going to have to keep a close eye on this and just kind of go from there. I've been watching this storm for probably the last hour, really since I've restarted the stream here. So just going to have to play this by ear more or less. Still producing 2-inch hail though with that storm too. I guess Brad Arnold's just waiting things out, just trying to wait it out and see what ends up happening. He's trying to figure out his options, maybe. Trying to figure out what I would do in this situation. Would I go for the storms to the north? Or would I wait to see what this line ends up doing? As of right now, I'm kind of leaning towards the line having better tornado potential right now. This looks like Brett Adair right here. He's probably thinking the same thing as Brad right now. I think they might be playing this line of storms here from the looks of it. Several severe thunderstorm warnings off to the south here. It looks like Austin is going to be spared any severe weather as of right now. We'll see what happens with this as time goes on. But based off what I'm seeing right now, I think the worst of it's going to be more so to the north of you. That warning's about to head out of the, that storm's about to head out of the tornado warned area, so we'll see if this ends up being reissued. Still a little bit of a notch there, so tornado chance isn't zero. Let's check the latest velocity product here. And I think that's going to be very telling. There's still something there. There's still something there. I think this will be enough to keep this warning ongoing or have it reissued. But I don't think this is dropping anything right now. Taking a look at the CC. Hold on a minute. That looks a little bit sus. Let's put this in loop here. We could have something. Alright, so they've taken off that tornado watch. Or tornado warning, excuse me. Put the tornado possible tag with it. No, I don't know if that was any, I don't know if that was down or not. It looked suspicious, like it was in the right spot for it, but can't say for sure. But literally, it's going to be up to the, if there's any damage, it's going to be up to the storm surveyors to figure out whether that was a tornado or not. But I think it might have been possible. Also, I think this storm has been upgraded for 85 miles per hour winds now. Or no, that's 65, but this does look like it's confirmed now. Seeing a little bit of a downtrend, almost as if it was weakening. But we also have nickel-sized hail now, too, with this, too, as well. But does not look like they're going to reissue that tornado warning right now. They may not. Kind of hard to say. Let's go back to reflectivity here real quick. I might go to the restroom real quick. Yeah, it still has a tornado possible tag, but I think they're going to do away with the tornado warning for now. So now that means we're left with only one tornado warned storm. Let's get that out of the way. I think this storm is probably going to lose its tornado warning as well, quite frankly. Just does not seem like it has that same luster to it that it did earlier. the rotation with this isn't as impressive. We're also starting to get away from the radar now, a little too far away from the radar, so we probably have to switch over. I think I'll go back to the Fort Worth radar, or maybe it might be time to go to the Fort Smith one. No, actually, we are on the Fort Worth radar. Yeah, I think it's time to maybe try Fort Smith now, maybe. See if I can find it. Does not want to cooperate with me right now. All right. Now that we got this thing going, I might go to the restroom real quick. Yeah, there's not much in the way of rotation there right now. Not super duper impressive. There is something, but it looks like it's honestly a little further to the north of the tornado warning. I'll have to watch that and see what ends up coming of that. Looks like it's pretty weak rotation right now, pretty broad. We'll see if that holds up or not.
I had to go to the restroom real quick, Kyle. Sorry about that. Had to step away. Alright. Oh, looks like they did end up extending that tornado warning, by the way, guys. I'm really sorry about that, about having to step away. I just couldn't hold it for too much longer. Sorry. It's kind of embarrassing to be talking about that on stream, but hey. It's what being a human is. See what I've missed here in the last little bit. They re-extended that tornado warning. Oh, okay, so now it's actually been observed here. Let's go. So we have now an observed tornado on the ground over towards Hopkins County, Texas, and then Franklin, Titus, and Red River counties. There's an observed tornado on the ground now. I swear, if that's the same storm I was just talking about a little bit ago. And it looks like we have somebody over here with it too. This is in between Sulphur Springs and Mount Pleasant. It's heading towards Mount Vernon, Winfield. Come on, computer. Talco and Bogota. You guys are all in this tornado warning. Some areas a little further out ahead would be Clarksville. Come on, why is this radar not working right now? Would be Clarksville, Peters Prairie, Anoa, Box Elder, Maple, Cuthand, and Aiken Grove, Sherry, Pine Branch, McCoy, and Lone Star. These are some other towns that are not in the tornado warning, but very well might be should this get extended. So this is apparently an observed tornado, by the way. So let's go ahead and take a look at our velocity coupler, and there's definitely one there. And it looks like we have Brandon Kopic, I'm going to guess. Nope, this is Brad Arnold. He made a good call waiting for these storms to develop here. Because he's been sitting over in East Texas for a while, just being patient, just playing the game slowly but surely, waiting for things to develop. And it looks like it finally has. No, that ain't happening. I hate to tell you, that ain't happening. Ain't no way.
So take us back into it again.
Okay, so let's see what Brad Arnold's got here, because it looks like he's in good position, or in good relative position. He's waiting to. I think he's trying to find a clearing to where he can actually observe the storm. And probably was the one that confirmed that this was down. Okay, new warning. Looks like there's another tornado warning possibly now. It's the one towards Bryan County. It's radar indicated. I think that was a new one that just got issued there. Looks like there's a new tornado warning for Harrison and Marlin counties. We'll look at that one in just a second. I want to see what this radar confirmed tornado looks like right now. If I can, at least. But it looks like we are not going to be able to keep up with Brad Arnold's stream right now. We're struggling with that. Let's go ahead. Oh, we were already looking at the velocity. Let's go ahead and look at the CC. My computer does not like when I switch the radars around like I am right now. Zoom out just a tiny bit. We do see something here that looks oddly suspicious. Of course, this would happen. I step away and head to the restroom for just a little bit here, and then this happens. This is over towards East Texas, by the way. It's been an area that I've been off and on watching, but we were more or less just waiting for storms to develop. It's a semi-discrete cell, or pretty discrete cell actually, but doesn't even really have its act together fully yet.
There's another one further off to the east towards Omaha and Naples that looks pretty impressive too. We'll have to see if that one gets a tornado warning or not. Let's go ahead and... Why does it keep doing that? Alright, so we looked at the one in Hopkins. Let's look at this one over here towards Franklin County. That storm is still holding on to that tornado warning. Oh, but here's the one over towards, I'm gonna guess this is the one that's over towards Hopkins County. Oh, that looks really impressive. In fact, I think that actually might be a debris ball right there. Because that concentration of reflectivity there is not in a spot where you would normally see precipitation. Looks like it's radar indicated though. Where's the one that was observed then? Could that have been the same storm with different counties in the warning? Okay, so that's the one we were just looking at. Okay, so I might have just clicked the wrong one. It moved, but I think this is the same storm. Just one warning for the same areas, I guess. Or maybe it's two. Oh, they split it off into two warnings. It just looked weird, that's all. That makes sense. Kind of had me confused for a second here. Still have that tornado warning. This radar indicated over towards Oklahoma. Still producing big hail. And then we still have 9 severe thunderstorm warnings. So it's gotten pretty active in the last little bit here. Several tornado warnings and maybe a couple others that might be on the way here. Let's try and look at Brad Arnold's stream again, if we can.
I'm on the tornado right now. I'm not giving up until I get.
So he's on the tornado right now.
It looks very good. It looks very good in front of us. We're trying to catch up with it. There's not really any good roads right here. I'm trying to get back on a highway. It looks like it may be elevated, but now it looks like it's ramping up again. Hold on, we may have another something over here on the right side.
Oh, that looks like a funnel cloud right there, actually. Hey, Kyle, you see this? It looks like this might be a funnel cloud, dude. Don't know if you see it or not. Ah, we're losing the stream again. Yeah, we might have a funnel cloud here. Yeah, it looks pretty suspicious. Come on now. Come on, work with us here. We might see something coming down again. Ah, of course we would lose this stream when it was getting interesting. And he's literally in the perfect spot here, even for it being an HP storm. I'm also going to be keeping a little side eye here on this little cell that's over here towards Omaha, Texas, and Naples. That looks like it's trying to get its act together pretty quickly. Let me try and refresh it, see if it'll pop up.
Yeah, but I'd like to get a visual of it. So once we clear that, let me know, because I'm going to try to do
back
this.
into the trees here. He said the road network in his location wasn't great. Got new warnings right
I
now.
guarantee you have more than 30 seconds.
That was a good call by Brad Arnold to be playing the waiting game. That's why he's on here chasing for Radar Omega. It's pretty easy to see why. So this is the same storm. No other radar, no other confirmed tornadoes on the ground. There's one over here. There's another tornado warning over here towards Brown and Coleman counties in Texas. We'll go ahead and take a look at that too while we're at it. Try to zoom out on the scan a little bit. It's a little too close for my liking. You can get like how Radar Omega tries to get you face to face with it. But the best texture definition isn't usually at the street level with this, or at least on my computer it isn't. So this is in that line of storms, by the way. Just thought about, I don't know why I had the mic on mute again, or how that even happened, to be honest, but that's fine. Just go ahead and get back to the velocity here real quick. Weak to moderate rotation, mainly along the shear line. Nothing unexpected there. Probably going to stay radar indicated for right now. Let's switch back over to that observed tornado. See what Brad Arnold has for us here. Looks like we see.
Didn't even have a very.
Huh? Sounds like he's excited. Looks like we might have missed something here, unfortunately. We're gonna get this Wi-Fi issue straightened out eventually.
It wasn't really.
Ouch. Just hit my hand against the friggin' mic again. Setup isn't the most complex, but it's complex enough for me to keep hitting my hand against it. Or maybe I'm just being silly right now. I don't know. Yeah, we can't seem to keep them. We get them for about maybe 5 seconds, and that's about it. Still a decent velocity return right here on the south side of that storm. We'll see how this continues to unfold from this point. It seems like it's still trying to get its act together too. So this may not be the only tornado we end up seeing from this cell. It's very discreet right now. It's in a very good environment. So this storm could very well thrive. There's no other storms it's really competing with at the moment. There's one over here towards Omaha and Naples, but as long as it doesn't overtake that, as long as those two don't intersect paths, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Or at least for the moment. Let's go ahead and check out some of these other tornado warned storms. Also check out some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. Still have that one that Brandon Kopic has been on for the 2-inch hail. And the 60-mile-per-hour winds with that. Still have that one storm with the tornado possible tag over in Oklahoma. Then we have that one storm with the 65-mile-per-hour winds. So plenty still going on here. And there still seems like there's more to come. In fact, I think things will get even more favorable as we head into the evening and overnight hours even. We'll run the stream for as long as we can, for sure, because this is going to definitely end up being a long one. Switch back. I'm going to switch to a slightly wider view here. Oh. Check on this tornado warning to the south here too. Oops, I just clicked exactly what we already had up. Silly wabbit, tricks are for kids. I'd be tall enough to be the friggin' tricks rabbit. No chasers on this storm. Doesn't look like I see any sort of CC drop with this, so there's no issue there. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity with this. Oh wow. That's actually a really strong, that's a really solid velocity couplet right there though. Kyle, do you see this? That's actually a very strong velocity couplet. Oh man. Yeah, those reds and greens are touching for sure, and actually a little bit of yellow in there too. There's a 50 mile per hour. There's 50 mile per hours. 50 miles per hour right there, and then over here close to about 15 miles an hour, so about 65 miles per hour gate to gate shear. Pretty impressive if I were to say so myself. Yeah, about 46.98. Actually a little bit higher than that. It's more like 65 or 66 actually. Let's go ahead and check that CC drop again, because who knows, this could end up putting something down really quick. With a return like that, you don't want to sleep on this. Hang on a minute now. That looks interesting. That looks really interesting. And this is over towards, this is going to end up going west of Jefferson here on State Road 49. Some towns that could be in the path here, some small ones. But Sarber, Kellyville, Berea, Prospect, you might want to get to yourself to your safe place. You might want to get yourself to a safe place, because this looks like it might be in the process of producing a tornado right now. And while you guys aren't in the warning, I anticipate that you might be soon. So go ahead and head to your safe place. This looks like it's still in relatively unpopulated areas right now, but it's on its way. So please take shelter. Yeah, I think so too, Kyle. Look, yeah, that's got to be a tornado. I mean, that velocity couplet was, like you said, textbook. Like, I just don't see how it isn't. And then right where that couplet was, you see this slight little bit of a drop here. It's not a super sharp drop, but it's one that kind of makes you have to look at it twice here. See if I can, oh no, that's not what I want. I'm trying to split the screen here. I'm trying to remember how I did it the last time. I don't really have any I saw a little bit of a drop there on the CC, but now it doesn't look like it's quite there anymore. But this still very much could be in the process of putting a tornado down right now. This is definitely spinning like a top. That's for sure, though. Let's go and put this in a loop here and see what we got. It could be a small tornado. I can't rule it out. I'm not going to rule it out. Yeah, it seems like it's almost in relation to the velocity product here, it's almost in perfect position here. I think that might be something down. We've had a few tornado warnings expire over here. We're now dealing with just radar indicated tornadoes at the moment. We'll see if we get any reissues here. Wait, yep, there we go. 3 radar indicated tornado warnings. One of them looks like it's going to be a reissue. Then we have the one towards Marion County. We're going to watch that. I think I'm going to keep my eye on this one, though, for right now. Let's go ahead and look at that latest scan again. No, it's a tiny bit out of position, but I do think there could be something there. It's still pretty messy, though. I think we'll go back to one screen again. This is definitely the strongest couplet I've seen today so far. There's an interesting little signature right there. That could warrant a potential tornado warning a little further down the line here. Let's go ahead and switch that back to radar reflectivity. Is that the same storm that I've been watching over here towards? Yep, that's the same storm that I've been watching since it's been over here towards, what was it? Sherman? Maybe even a little further back towards, like, Denton. But this storm is yet to really yield a tornado warning. But it's, at times, it's had a really impressive radar signature. Times it's had a hook. Times it's had a weak velocity couplet. But nothing on in the way of a tornado. Looks like the storm that Brad Arnold was on has lost that tornado warning. I think it's still organizing, and it may yet have potential to produce yet again, but it still looks like it's getting its legs under it. It's definitely in the spot where, oh, there's a new tornado warning now. This is over towards the city of Jefferson. This is set to expire in 12 minutes. This radar indicated rotation near Hartlington. This is for Marion County. Storms moving at 30 miles an hour. A pretty easy one for one of these storm chasers to catch if they're close enough. But this will be in Jefferson within a matter of minutes here. And it looks like they've extended it now a little further to the east here. This looks like a new tornado warning. And this looks like Cass County is now put into there as well. It's located near Berea, 15 miles north of Marshall, moving east at 30. Radar indicated rotation. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity with both of these storms, since we both have them in the same radar, since we have them both in the same radar arc. Oh, this is the one that we've been looking at over here. And then this one has a pretty weak couplet on it, but a notable one nonetheless. Well, actually a couple of them. Scan. Let's get a closer look at this scan right here. I think if there's going to be anything that develops, it might be right here where this little couplet is. Like I said, it's not a very strong one, but it's notable. Oh, it's a new one right there towards Brownwood. Yeah, it's starting to get more and more active. Okay, no, that's the same one. See if we can't get that to pop up here. That's Brown and that's Marion Cass. So over towards Brown. I think this one's going to be Harrison County most likely. Nope. All right, we'll have to just zoom out and do it the hard way. This one's close to Fort Worth. Oh. We were just outside of that radar range too, so I wouldn't have been able to see it. See what this radar looks like. Thanks for the tip though, Kyle. I would have completely missed it. I gotta get more familiar with these counties over here towards Texas. Well, really just all across the board. Why isn't it? Come on. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Now we're starting to get that radar going. Hopefully. Maybe. Oh, wow, it's just outside the radar ring for... Sheesh. Okay, let's go with this radar site over here towards Austin. Maybe that'll give me a better look. Slightly better look. Not super impressive on the rotation there. There's like a couple of points. It's mostly looking like more so shear lines. It's like maybe it could be several embedded rotations. Go ahead and look at the reflectivity here. Yeah, looks like they're mostly weak echo regions here. Little dangerous spots for a quick tornado to pop up. And this is going to be heading just to the north of Waco. It's going to head between Waco and Dallas if this holds together. Probably going to see these fade in and fade out. But I also notice over here towards Brady, or just to the east of Brady, new little inflow notch here might be developing. Might have a surge of damaging winds to the south and maybe a tornado right here trying to develop. Or this part of the storm will be trying to rotate. So across this region here, over towards Richland Springs, San Saba. Let's see if there's any other towns in here. Sloan, Algarita, Harkeyville, China Creek, and Fairview. Need to watch out for this one. This could very easily get tornado warned here. Yeah, I just now saw that comment, but yeah, I got to take a look at that. I got to the one at Austin. The one in Dallas, I thought it would have been in range. It was just barely on the edge of it. All right, let's switch back to this storm over here with a really impressive couplet. We'll actually go over to the Shreveport radar for this one. We just won't touch it and see what happens with that. So one over towards Marshall, Texas still looks pretty impressive. Actually looks very impressive if I were to say so myself. It's definitely, it has that eagle claw look to it for sure. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity here. It's still holding that couplet. That's definitely a problem. We do see a little bit of weakening here. Still plenty strong, but not as strong as it was in the last couple of scans. So there's some good news to be had there. Because this looks like it will be heading right into or just north of Marshall. Let's take a look at the storm up towards the north. Ooh, that one has a much stronger couplet. That one has a really robust couplet. And this heading right towards, oh, this is the same one. I'm getting these two mixed up. But this one towards Berea has a really strong couplet. I would not be surprised if this ends up being on the ground now. Really concerned about that storm. Let's see if this has a confirmed, if this is the confirmed tag on it now. Nope. Not at the moment, but let's go ahead and check the correlation coefficient. I really wouldn't be surprised if this was down though. Oh yes, that is 100% down now. There is no question about that. That is a big tornado too. Look at that. That is 100% a correlation drop. And and the people next in line for this storm would be Prospect, Texas. You guys need to be running to your shelter. Pruitt, it's not far away, so you need to be in your shelter now too. Probably run. And then anyone along this road here, 2683, 248, anywhere along this circle here, you need to be taking shelter. Sheffield, you are just on the edge of this tornado warning, but this is going to be extended because this is definitely on the ground. Kildare, you guys need to be taking shelter over there as well. And then a little further off, we have to watch over towards State Road 248 and State Routes 248 and State Road 43, and maybe even Bivens. But this definitely looks like it's a tornado on the ground. You guys need to be taking shelter. Man. That was quite a radar return. This definitely looks like something, like it's a fierce tornado on the ground with this one. Not a single chaser on this one either that I can see right now. Everyone else is a little further up north. Is anyone even close by to this? And this is heading, this could eventually be making its way towards Texarkana. See who this is right here. I think this is Red Adair, if I remember correctly. Let's go back to the reflectivity scan. The storm over here is really impressive too. It's off to the flank of that one. These two may start competing with each other, and this could start to choke this storm out. But this storm looks really impressive. Oh, look at the hook on that one. This might get a tornado warning soon as well. And this is right on that line between, this is going to be heading right towards the Texas-Louisiana line. And then maybe even heading towards Arkansas here. So this is going to be a big storm right here in just a minute. This storm right here towards Marshall is really starting to look a lot better. So we'll go ahead and take a look at that one. And see if see what the velocity couplet looks like. Because on that last scan that I saw, it did look pretty impressive. Oh yeah, that might be one that's about to drop too. Let's go ahead and look at the CC. This could be down too. This very well could be down. Yeah, I actually think this is down. Because this is a little bit more of a pronounced return right here. And this would be right towards Quinny, if I remember correctly. Let's go ahead and put these side by side here. Make sure we got this right. Yeah, I think that's actually down. That definitely looks like a pretty consistent correlation coefficient, and it's right over Quinny right now. And this is about to cross right in between, what road is this? Let's see if we can get to the street level here. This looks like it's about to be on, going to be on State Highway 80. Yeah, this is about to probably get upgraded to radar confirmed. I just don't see how this doesn't. So, a closer look at things. You can see this heading into Quinny, and after it heads into Quinny, this is going to head towards University Avenue, West Grand Avenue, and West Rusk Street. Some other areas that are of some other landmarks that could be of significance here could be the Christus Good Shepherd Medical Center from Marshall and the East Texas Baptist University. So you guys need to be taking shelter now. You need to be running. You should already have been there minutes ago, but if you haven't by chance, you need to be running there now. This is heading into Marshall right now. Oh, wow. Wait, this is college? Oh, my goodness. I just realized this is Marshall University. This is a college town. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no. Like, why isn't there a tornado emergency on this? This is a big town, and this is not a weak tornado by any stretch. Oh, my goodness. Kyle, are you seeing this by any chance, man? This is not a good situation here at all. Not a good situation. And like I said, it's surprising that there's no chasers on this at all. Yeah, we might just be watching a tornado we might just be watching a tornado on radar go right past Marshall here. Right on the west side of Marshall, or northwest side of Marshall. So let's go ahead and see who's next in line for this storm. It looks like it just went, because this just looked like it went through Quinny and is about to go straight through the north side of Marshall, like downtown Marshall here. So after this passes over East Texas Baptist University, it's going to hit Ernest F. Smith Parkway. So you do not need to be driving over here. And then this looks like State Route 4000, 1997. You guys need to be, you don't need to be driving along here. Hopefully they have this closed off. But anyone on Hatley Road, Sioux Bell Lake Road, and Rummels Road, I hope you are taking shelter now, because this is pretty much right on you. Then there's State Route 59. You don't want to be there right now. Suburban Acres down the line, you're next. And then the town of Gainesville, we're going to be watching you as this storm closes in. It's a bad situation right here. Very bad situation. Switch this back over to velocity here. Hopefully this is weakened somehow. It doesn't look as impressive as it did in the last scan as it was hitting Quinny. This might have scooted just to the north and east here of Marshall. Still a radar indicated tornado. Nothing confirmed. No talk of confirmation, but there was definitely a CC drop there. They're going to have to review that one. They're going to have to review this radar imagery, because I think there definitely was something down. And there was no indication of a severe thunderstorm warning. It was all tornado warning, so I do think this was down. Like, I have very good confidence that was down. Looks like the storm that was over here towards Jefferson is starting to fizzle out a bit. I don't know how much longer that tornado warning is going to last on that one. But we'll keep an eye on anyone along State Route 50 or State Highway 59 here. Yeah, that looks like it's about done here. Or maybe this storm was the warning and now it's moved out of the area. So we'll see. We might see a reissuance as far as that one's concerned. But this still looks like it could be down here. There still is a correlation coefficient with this. Not a strong one, but there is one there. And it's right where that couplet is. So I'm almost certain that this is down. It doesn't look noisy like it did yesterday, so this definitely gives me a lot more confidence to say that this is down for sure. So some areas out ahead of this tornado warning here. We're looking at, of course, people along State Route 59. You need to be taking shelter. You don't want to be in your car for this. Suburban Acres, we already mentioned you guys. Some other roads that we could look at here. And possible subdivisions even, unfortunately. We could see maybe Timberland Drive in there as well. Look at some of these roads here. If I can get scrolled in. Evergreen Road, you guys need to be taking shelter now. Forest Trail, of course I just mentioned Timberland Drive. Then Highland Lake Road, you guys will be next in line for this possibly. Alice Callaway Road. And maybe Blackjack Road as well. Take this seriously because this is likely a tornado on the ground. Even though you guys are not in the warning just yet, it is definitely coming your way. Let's look at this radar confirmed tornado. Let's look at this observed tornado that's developed over here. This is right where Brad Arnold is. And I think Brandon Kopic's about to be on this storm too. This storm probably has a history of producing. This storm we were probably looking at earlier on the stream. Let's go ahead and look at the details for this. So it was confirmed at 5:09 current time. That was 15 minutes ago. Damaging tornado, multiple spotters reported. So we have to look at Clarksville and Bagwell within the next 10 minutes or so. We have to also watch English, Detroit, Talco, Negley, Kiyomatia, Johntown, Cuthand, Billary, Rarley, and Anona. I think that's how you pronounce it, Anona. So all of you guys over there take shelter as well. Let's go ahead and analyze this storm pretty good now. I think for the most part, if there's going to be anything down, it's going to be on that far southern flank. Yeah, it's definitely going to be on that southern flank here. Not even the most impressive looking storm on radar, but it's gotten its act together enough and it was able to take advantage of some of those lower helicities that we were seeing earlier in the day across this region. And we ended up seeing this, and we're probably going to end up seeing this thing produce. Let's go ahead and try to see if we can't get one of these guys live feed up. This is Brad Arnold. I think he's a little bit far to the north here, but this doesn't look like a high precipitation cell at the moment. So this might bode well for him that he's a little further north. He might have a better visual from longer range. Only problem is we can't seem to get his feed up. Getting more alerts here. Let's see if we got a tornado warning upgraded here. Yeah, storm already looks like it's trying to fall apart here. Oh, wait a minute. Looks like we got a new tornado warning over here towards Oklahoma as well. Man. Business is really picking up now. I thought it would take a little bit longer than this. Like I said, we were going to be in here for the long haul, but it looks like things are already starting to take off here. Looks like this tornado warning started to sneak into Oklahoma now, from the looks of it. Both of these tornado warnings, including the one that looks to made a close pass with Marshall, we are probably going to be seeing these crossing over state lines in just a bit here. Oh wait, I don't think those are the same storms I'm thinking about. No, they're not. They're not. These are the storms we were just looking at. Oh wow, Come on now. Oh, wow. Look at this storm, though. This storm's looking really impressive on radar. It looks like Vince Welty's in position to maybe intercept this one. Look at how strong that hail core is. Getting those returns all the way into the blue and maybe even possibly a hint of yellow in there somewhere. Oh, Marshall. Yeah, okay. I was about to say, is Marshall University in Texas? I wouldn't have known for sure, but yeah, I'm glad it's in West Virginia and not here, because that would have been a big problem. But even so, that's still a notable town.
Thunderstorm warning for Texas.
Yeah, I think those two are kind of going back and forth a bit here. Oh, we got a good look at Vince's stream here. Let me not speak too soon. No, we're looking good actually. We're looking really good. Let's see what he's gonna do here, because it looks like he's just waiting on this storm to come in a bit. Oh no! Damn it! And I just slipped up and said my first ever cuss word on stream. Spoke too soon. But at least we got like a good 10 seconds out of the stream, out of the feed. Only thing you can do in this situation sometimes with this is laugh and try to hope that you can find ways to improve this. I will, but it's frustrating. Alright, let's get this out of the way then. In the meantime, I don't think we've taken a look at this storm's velocity yet. I do think eventually this is going to end up going outflow dominant. That's the trend we've seen with the storms that have been this shape so far. Although we are getting into an area that's a little bit more favorable and the parameters are a lot better for tornadic activity. So we'll just have to see what this one ends up doing. But from what I've seen today, these little quick ones that go tornado warn usually don't last. There is rotation there, but it's not super robust. No textbook couplet there, that's for sure. But it is something that still warrants a lot of attention, especially on the back flank of that storm. Odds are, if you were to look for it, it's probably going to be rain wrapped. I can almost guarantee you, in fact. Let's go ahead and look at this storm a little further to the south here. Okay, so I think we're looking at the which radar site is this actually? I'm a little curious. Oh, this is Fort Smith. I want to look at the Shreveport radar. We'll think we get a better view. We probably get a view of all three of these storms, including the one towards Marshall. Maybe not, actually. We'll get a view of the Marshall storm, but we won't get a view of one of these two, if not both. I think this storm that's over in Marshall is going to be in perfect view of the Shreveport radar. Might be time for me to get a little bit more water. Well, that's still a very strong couplet. It's almost like it's cycled a bit here. This storm does not look like it has any intention of settling down anytime soon. Let's go ahead and look at the CC here. I probably still would expect to see a drop. I'm still surprised if no one's called this down, but it doesn't look like it's down this time, but it still is rotating rapidly. It could drop a new tornado at any given time. All of our tornado warnings right now are radar indicated. Let's go ahead and change our view back to reflectivity here. Let's see how far out we can reach with the Shreveport radar. I would assume probably maybe up to New Boston, so I don't think we're going to get a view of either one of these storms. Actually, it's not bad. The storm over here that's towards where Brad Arnold and I'm going to assume that this is... Come on now. I'm going to assume this is Brandon Kopic. Yep, it is. I think Brandon Kopic actually is going to start blasting towards this new storm further to the south. That's over towards Marshall. That was over towards Marshall. We'll get to see which direction he's heading in just a second. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and put this off to the side, see which way he's heading.
Nice little curlicue showers and storms down there near Shreveport as well, so that's definitely an interesting area.
So you guys
Talking about those storms closer towards the Shreveport site.
Texarkana area. This is southeast Oklahoma. It's impossible to see anything with the mountains, so I'm going to abandon this thing. It doesn't look like it's very impressive.
Oh yeah, that storm that had the tornado warning earlier in the observed tornado. I think that one's about done.
I know you guys are busy. That is east.
Well, it looks like we're going to lose his stream here. So it looks like these guys are going to be heading more so towards where that storm is, towards Marshall. Looks like there's a new storm developing here off to the north here. Has a really impressive hook on it. I think this is going to be our next tornado warning right here. For sure. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and look at the velocity on that now. Oh, wow. Yeah. This is going to end up being the next tornado warning storm. Look at that couplet that's trying to develop here. It's probably going to develop in a little bit. I don't think this is down yet, but this is working on. It's working on it, I think. But some towns and cities that could be in the path here. Let me charge my phone real quick. But it looks like at least 3 states and Ravana are going to be in the path. Then, oh, it's gotten really dark outside. We have Cap City that could be in play here too. Anyone on State Road 77 will have to watch you guys too. You might want to watch out because this could form up very rapidly. This is just to the northeast of Huffins here. But after 3 states and Ravana, there doesn't really look like there's a lot here. Cap City, you might want to watch this too, because if it takes the right turn, you guys might be in play. So we'll see what else. But really, there's not a whole lot going on out here. It's a lot of there's a little bit of nothing. There's a few houses out here though we need to watch too that could be affected by this storm here. So even though there's no tornado warning yet, you might want to take shelter. I don't think that would hurt anybody if you did that. And then a little bit later down the line, we could maybe look at maybe even Doddridge and Keebler and Smithville even in the path of this storm. This is right on the fringe between the Arklatex, actually. So this very well could be heading into Arkansas. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, that's on the way to being a nasty tornado producer for sure. Well, hello to you too, Jordan. Jeez. I'm a warning. Well, yeah, I guess so. I'm covering it, so I suppose I am a warning. You know what? I'm going to own it. How about that? So so guess what you can do with your a warning? Yeah. How about that? What's up, though? How you doing, buddy? I guess you're doing well then. If so, that's good, bud. Oh, you're working right now, huh? Yikes. I know how that is. Well, we had work called off today, which is kind of frustrating. Definitely would have liked that. Let's check on yeah, it's been also your last comment. Yeah, it's been a pretty eventful stream actually. I've had a lot of issues with the internet earlier today, but things seem like they're starting to smoothen out a little bit. But we'll see what happens. Still got some improvements to make there. That's for sure. Yeah, this isn't fully wrapped around yet. So while it has points of rotation, it doesn't really seem like it's quite mature enough to call a tornado warning on just yet. Oh, wow. Huge mess of tornado warnings right here. Wow. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity here since we're already on that scan. Looks like there's something over here towards Fort Townsend. Not the most impressive thing I've seen, but it's there. Go ahead and look at the reflectivity here. This is mainly around that hail core here. I don't think this is dropping a tornado, but it does look impressive on radar at least. So we'll just go ahead and look at these in the meantime while I try to sift through the rest of these warnings here. This business is definitely picking up here. 6 tornado warnings right now. I think this is the storm that we're looking at over here towards McCurtain, Oklahoma. Then there's another radar indicated tornado warning. It's about to expire in 2 minutes. These are probably going to go away. And then these are going to probably be the new ones to take over here. Red River County still under tornado warning. Marlin, Harrison, and Cass, Texas, you are still under tornado warning. And then McCurtain County, Oklahoma, and Choctaw, you guys are under a tornado warning as well. And this little gaggle of tornado warnings is stretching off to the north and east here. Soon probably working their way into Arkansas from the looks of it. Storm over towards Marshall looks like it's starting to die out, but that new storm that's over in Queen City looks like it's going to be the one that's most likely to take over here. Just isn't quite getting its act together just yet.
I don't think the gigabit speed is the problem. I think it might just be my CPU. But I also tried to see if I could use my hotspot on my phone. Yeah, that didn't work out well. Mainly because my phone is just beaten to all you know what. So, it's another expense. Yeah, big oof indeed. So we've just had a surge of warnings that get expired. We'll see if any new ones get issued. Leaning towards no, but we'll see what happens there. I do think that storm towards Marshall, that's probably going to end up losing the tornado warning soon with it. Still have a multitude of severe thunderstorm warnings as that line is really starting to take off now at this point. Let's go ahead and switch to the Dallas radar to take a look at the storms on the cold front here. And it looks like they're about on their way to Dallas. In fact, there actually is a severe thunderstorm warning just outside of the Dallas metro. Yep. There's our line. This is our cold front. And right after this passes, your threat is done. But even so, there could be significant winds with these. Seeing 60 mile per hour winds right now. We'll probably see these start to increase. Oh, we got one that's at 80 miles an hour here. And this is just outside of Fort Worth. This is that storm that's just outside Fort Worth. Could be a dangerous situation developing with that. Still got the radar indicated tornado warning. And then there's a few severe thunderstorm warnings further to the south. And it looks like, Austin, you might get a little bit of action after all. I was kind of wondering about you guys, but these storms look like they've started to organize here. We also have to keep an eye on Waco as there are storms now off to your west as well.
let's go see what Vince Welty is doing here. I wonder if he's core punching or if he's trying to see what's going on, see if there's actually anything of notoriety with that storm.
Sorry that you couldn't see it. We're in a random person's driveway.
Oh, he was in somebody's driveway.
The funnel cloud back in there.
Uh-oh, funnel cloud. He's in a little bit of a messier part of Texas now. We're getting
Definitely
close.
a little rotating.
The road network's getting a little bad over there for him, so he's...
Funnel, little spout.
Whoa. Let your buddy Austin know to pick up some rubbers. Okay. That's interesting. Debauchery sounds fun. Oh, time to build a new PC. Yeah. That's down the line, that's for sure. I would love to do a project like that. I think that would actually be really good for me. Okay, it looks like we can still hear Vince, but we can't see him. Let's see what's happening now. Oh my goodness. Really, Kyle? I'm disappointed in you. I am really disappointed in you. Wow. Really? That's what we're doing? Okay. Sheesh. Austin might be getting some action. Oh, man. Dang. Well, so I guess we aren't going to be looking at Vince's stream for a little bit. See if we can go back to the Shreveport radar and get a look at these storms over here. Because that's going to become a new point. That looks like it's become the new point of interest. Several storm chasers are actually on the way over there right now. A couple of them blasting towards Texarkana. We have another one near Mount Pleasant. Vince is going to hang on to that storm and see what it's doing as it heads towards a little further north towards Arkansas. I think these guys are going to hang more towards southern Arkansas here. And it looks like a new tornado watch just got issued a little further to the east now. This includes parts of northern Louisiana. Some towns in the line here could be Monroe doesn't look like it's in this one yet, but it could very well end up being in another tornado watch shortly. I haven't even gotten to see too many mesoscale discussions. That is very true. Usually I just make fun of myself and my stream setup because, sometimes, man, I want to throw this thing.
When it crossed the road.
Sometimes I really do want to just chuck this thing across the room. That would be really stupid. Then I wouldn't even be able to make videos. And then I just want to cry at that point, probably.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Louisiana and Texas.
Go down here, maybe we get up to Wright City, I don't know.
Towards Mississippi. Wonder if we'll see an indicator of things to come with that. Looks like this storm is now in a radar hole, and this actually has a tornado warning on it. Oh no, it's not in a radar hole. And this is right outside of Bossier City. I hope you guys are taking shelter over there. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity signatures. This is like right past the airport here. Not the strongest signature rotation though. Part of that could be due to the fact that we're still very close to the radar. But there could be something right to the south of the city. I think that's where our best chance of seeing something would be. Let's go ahead and check and see if this is down. I'm not too keen on there being anything.
Tornado
down
warning
right now. I
remains
don't
in
think it's
effect.
gonna happen. But we'll of course have to make sure, especially since this is near a larger city as well. Too much radar noise. We're not gonna be able to see anything on this. Yeah, not gonna be able to see much of anything.
including tornadoes area. While severe weather may not be
So I can still hear Vince, but I can't see the stream. I thought I closed it out. Let me see something real quick. Yeah, I closed that out. I don't know why I'm still hearing him. Computer doing some weird stuff. Paranormal activity. Oh, it looks like they finally did away with that tornado warning now. This one over here towards Queen City, I'm still very suspicious of that one. Definitely looks like it's trying to get ready to produce a tornado. Or at least warn a tornado warning. Why am I still hearing this? But I can't see it. I thought I exited out of it. I'll click on it in a second and try and see what's going on with it. It looks like he's in a quiet spot though, which is good for him. Yeah, that definitely has a really good couplet right there. We'll see if this ends up getting a tornado warning. I think it will shortly. I mean, with the way this couplet looks, I would definitely say yes.
Go up here to
Looks
Highway
a lot
98,
more radial
I think.
now. Yeah, this is gonna get a warning soon. I'll be shocked if it didn't. Yeah, let's go ahead and try to see why we're still hearing Vince Welty's stream. Nothing against him, but I couldn't get it to work earlier. I don't know why it's doing all that now. Let's close this back out. No, let's try and close this back out. Maybe trick it. Okay. I think that... Nope, it did work. Wait. Let's see. Nope, it didn't work. It's still doing its own thing here. I think we'll just listen to it for now, and maybe we'll be lucky and get some video out of it later. Not a lot of lightning with this storm.
Didn't realize we were gonna have road construction on here.
There is one new tornado warning for Arkansas and Texas.
No kidding.
Uh-oh. Yep, there it is. They just called it. Literally as soon as it went through his his NOAA radio, there it was. I gotta figure out where they get those so I can get one of my own. And then find a way to get that to pop up on stream. I think that would help a lot instead of just having to keep track of all of this by myself, which is crazy. I mean, I like the challenge, but there's a point where, you know, this gets a little bit crazy. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity. We are looking at the velocity, but let's go ahead and look at the CC. Hold on a minute. Doesn't look very radial, but that looks suspicious. We'll see what this ends up doing. There's no storm chaser on this storm, by the way. Wait, I stand corrected. It looks like Brad Arnold is trying to get there. Or Brett Adair, excuse me. Dang it, man. It's so hard to keep track of all these names. I've always been terrible with names, too. 3 hours in now. So if by chance you are tuning in just now, we are in the middle of a severe weather outbreak. Multitude of severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings are ongoing right now. We have new tornado warnings starting to pop up in Arkansas now. We've had them popping up in Oklahoma. A couple of observed tornadoes already today across Oklahoma and Texas. And there still looks to be more to come. I'm tracking a storm over here towards Arkansas that may very well be trying to produce a tornado right now as it heads towards Folk. We have chasers that are blasting towards the area right now, so we may be able to look at a stream shortly, maybe for a brief period before the computer decides that's not what we want to do. But some areas that could be in the line of this potential tornado would be the town of Folk, Jonesville, Boggy, Silverino, Boyd.
We're out here to see these tornadoes if they're out here, so I'm glad we're out here. I'm glad we didn't hold back and sit in Dallas all day.
And
I would not have been happy. Whoa, dude.
then some other towns that are outside the warning but need to be keeping an eye on this would be Fulton, Sprudel, Shepherd, Wafers Crossing, Battlefield, Spring Hill, and
See if we
Even
can get a
Shade.
visual on this, though.
You guys need to be on the lookout.
Front end damage, Texas 28, Robert Victor 3260, possibly occupied.
Hearing reported damage, possibly. This is one of many storms that I've been referring to here as we continue to look at additional tornado warnings now. Looks like a new tornado warning over here. Looks like this is the same tornado one I've been looking at earlier over here towards Shreveport and Bossier City. This does not look like this. It is down, thankfully. It was rotating pretty strong earlier, but I don't think it ever touched down. If it did, that's great news. Yeah, the rotation on this one doesn't even look as impressive anymore. But we still have more storms behind that too, as well. We have this one where I keep hearing the stream of what sounds like Vince Welty over here. That rotation looks like it's starting to diminish as well. But now I think he's going to be getting off of that storm and blasting south towards these storms in Arkansas now. There's still a little bit of rotation in there, but it's very weak. A little broad at the moment. We'll see if this uptrends or not. So those are the 3 tornado warnings I've seen so far. I think we still have a multitude of severe thunderstorm warnings off to the west. Dallas is about to get into the main line of storms here now. And then we'll be watching Waco and Austin getting into it as well as time goes on. Notice I didn't say action, Kyle. Man. Like a specialist. Some of these storms over here on this main line, though, have had radar indicated winds up to about 70 miles an hour. Looks like there's another tornado warning got issued. Go ahead and take a look at that in a minute. But all across Texas and Oklahoma, there are multitudes of thunderstorm warnings. Most of them are south of the Oklahoma metro. It's the one towards Denton, Texas that has the 80 mile per hour gust. That and Tarrant.
Hopefully this ain't a dead zone.
Lano and Gillespie.
Seriously?
Looks like there's 70 mile per hour winds with that one. And then over here towards Johnson, we're at about 70. Flash flood warnings are starting to go into effect too. And this is towards Cole and Atoka counties in Oklahoma. We've had multiple storms over that area all day, so this does not surprise me to see that. Oh, we got a radar. Looks like we do have an
Drew, if I've got video coming through, this is an epic shot. A hail core coming across, and we've got shelf cloud or base or something. I'm trying to get it on camera. This is pretty nuts.
Oh man. Let's go ahead and look at the loot. I do think at some point there was a suspicious CC drop. That doesn't sound improbable, actually. That actually doesn't sound very improbable, Kyle. Not at all. That's the sad part. I can't seem to get rid of Vince Welty's stream here. I don't want to exit out of Radar Omega because it might take a minute for it to open back up. I might have to if it keeps up because it does seem like it's slowing my radar down just a tad. Let's go look at the CC drop here. I'm hoping, really hoping that this was not down because that would have been right next to Bossier City.
Not seeing anything that screams tornado at me, but it's really pretty.
Yeah, I can't really tell if there was anything down or not. It's nothing's concrete. We're too close to the radar to really see what was going on. Let me go ahead and read that warning.
Kind of lighter color, that more white looking.
Radar indicated at this point. Okay, let's switch back to reflectivity here. That tornado warning storm near Folk. It still looks like it's pretty impressive right now. Hasn't really tightened up a lot, but I do think there's potential for something to pop up for real quick with this one. Let's go ahead and switch over to velocity mode. I mean, there is a couple of there,
significant movement in this low cloud structure, Drew. I don't know if I would call it
doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier.
There is a significant amount of.
We look at the radar scans, we'll kind of see it.
A little bit disorganized, but it's very significant.
I-49 here. Have to keep a close eye on it
There are 2 new warnings
as
affecting
it continues to
Oklahoma and
progress in
Texas.
that direction. Yeah, the last couple. About a couple of scans ago, it looked really impressive, but now we're kind of starting to. It almost looks like it's trying to go outflow dominant just a bit. Could be cycling too, so we'll just have to wait and see what this ends up doing here. But I don't think it dropped it. I don't think that dropped anything. If it did, it was for a brief period. This could be getting choked off too, just a little bit. Or it might be getting too wrapped up and almost wrapping up into itself from the looks of it.
Birds. I don't know if that means anything, but we got a bunch of birds.
Birds. Brandon, I think that's Vince Welty having birds. See if we can get this in a loop here. See if anything might have been down with this storm.
Which prompted the warning has moved out of the area. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. The tornado watch remains in effect until 2 p.m. Central Standard Time for southeastern Oklahoma. Meaning, the tornado warning has been allowed to expire for the following county: Choctaw, Oklahoma. The National Weather Service and Trade Board has issued a tornado warning for northern McCurtain County in southeastern
go.
A severe thunderstorm capable of producing
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas.
12 miles east of Hugo, moving northeast at 55
Talking about that main line again. We'll look at that in just a second as well.
Tornado will hail up to 2 inches in diameter.
Yeah, this is. I think his stream's still running is really messing things up on my end here now. I don't know why, how it still kept running, but looks like we're gonna have to close this out and open it back up. No, Jordan, he is not a bird, but you are. You are definitely a bird. I don't know if you are a singular bird or what type of bird you are exactly, but you are indeed a bird. Okay. All right, let's reopen Radar Omega real quick. Okay, let's hope that this is working now. Okay, let's see if we can get this loop back up again before we move on here. Yeah, I think that did have something down briefly. We'll see what happens with that. Let's jump over to this Bread a Dare stream. Birds aren't real. No, they are real because you're one. You are indeed a bird, Jordy. You are indeed a bird. If they aren't birds, then what are they? Are they just little creatures that say call all the time? If that's the case, then it definitely sounds like you. I'm just kidding. It's starting to get a little mean. Okay, looks like we might see something out of Bread Adair's feed as he's drawing closer towards that storm.
A lot of people.
Yeah, okay, I guess Bread Adair stream is not working. I'm trying to see where Reed Timmer is. He's not going to show up on Radar Omega, but maybe I could find him on Facebook. Obviously can't show that stream because we will probably get taken down. Looks like Brad Arnold or Bread Adair here is going to try to core punch and go right to where this tornado would be.
And it looks like there might be a new CC drop with this as well. This could drop something briefly. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity scan and make our little comparison here. Jordy, that's not hateful. You were the one who called Vince a bird, so I'm like, okay. And then you said birds weren't real, and then I said, you know what? If that's the case, those things that end up saying call, it definitely sounds like you. You're a bird. Oh, somewhere with that. Come on now. Doesn't look like a super impressive velocity deal going on there. So there's some good news to be had. I'm going to remain a radar indicated tornado warning from the looks of it for right now. Who knows though, Brett may see something still. Boy, there's still a lot to cover here. Still plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings. Okay, so here's one tornado report from earlier today. The confirmed reports are starting to come in bit by bit. Big increase in severe thunderstorm warnings back towards where the cold front is. Let's go ahead and switch over to that for right now, because these do definitely warrant plenty of attention, as these storms are now on the doorstep of Dallas. Dallas is now under a severe thunderstorm warning, as well as Fort Worth. We're going to go ahead and look at that radar site now. Looks like a new meso discussion got issued over here now. Oh, this has the 80 mile per hour tag with it as well. So there could be some really impressive damaging winds heading towards the Dallas Metroplex here. It's actually going through Fort Worth right now. Oh, this is a small scale radar. I think this is the one I want right here. We're just going to have to wait on this one to load, and then I suppose. There we go. That's a lot better. I got a good view of it, too. Vince is still on that storm in southeastern Oklahoma. It's heading into central Arkansas next. Did I finally get this mesoscale discussion? 'Cause it seems like it probably would have been up a lot earlier. Come on. Let me see it. Let's go ahead and just try and look at it from a different view here. Oh, no, that didn't work. That was worth a try, but let's go ahead and just look back at these storms here. I'll try and read off what's going on with the meso discussion a little later. 80 mile per hour winds are now possible towards the Dallas Metroplex now. Fort Worth has already seen their piece of the action. And now we have McKinney, Plano, and numerous other larger cities in play here. Waco, you are staring these storms down as well. You probably have another 20 to 30 minutes before these come in. Already getting confirmed reports of 60 to 70 miles per hour between Mineral Wells and Fort Worth. This is just to the west of Fort Worth, where we got a 70 mile per hour wind report. And there's still plenty more to go. Let's go ahead and switch back over to the Shreveport site. Better yet, wonder if maybe the I think this is actually the best site right here. We're going to stick with Shreveport now. Excuse me. Probably need to get some water real quick, honestly. I I think I'm actually gonna go ahead and do that real quick if I could. I'm gonna be back in just a second, or in just a moment. Wait, what? I didn't even see it. I didn't even see your government spy drone comment. Terms of service, I guess. I don't know. I didn't set that. I didn't get that in depth into the whole comments thing. So I don't know. You'd have to take that up with YouTube or Streamlabs, one or the other. I mean, it's fine if you talk about that kind of stuff here, as long as you don't overdo it. Like, if you start pushing it down people's throats, that's the only time I would be like, okay, get out of here. But I know you wouldn't do that anyway, so it's not a problem. But I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go ahead and refill my water bottle here. Don't you dare, Kyle. Don't you dare. Looks like that Vince is still on that storm. Oh man. Sheesh. What does he see in that storm? Does he just not want to go into Arkansas right now? I'm still trying to figure it out. Okay, so it looks like.
Copy.
Wait, what's going on here? Looks like we see some lightning, and there goes his stream. Down it goes. Will it make the 10 count? I don't know. Getting a little chilly in here now. I might have to turn on the heat too. You're not welcome. You're not welcome at all. You know what? I don't know.
Jordan, do you remember what happened the last time in our group chat? When you mentioned Christian Minecraft server, he freaking owned you. Don't do this again. I don't want to have to do that to you on stream. And that was really because of another certain person's fault. But that's a story for outside of the stream. It just needs to be kept that way. In due time, maybe I'll tell that story to the public. But what happens in that group chat stays in that group chat. Isn't that right, Jordy? Dang it, man. I was hoping I'd get that stream because it looked like he was going to have some really good lightning on that storm. Especially with it being more towards the twilight hours, too. That's a bummer. Well, looks like there's a new report of a 60 mile per hour gust just outside of Dallas. Might be time to start changing radar sites soon, as these tornado warnings are going to start progressing more so towards the Fort Smith and Little Rock sites. Still a multitude of severe thunderstorm warnings where that line is. Let's go ahead and look at the velocities on those real quick. And it looks like our gaggle of storm chasers here has just reached Texarkana and is right in position for that tornado warned storm. Still have this one tornado warning in northern Louisiana that's going to be working its way into Arkansas shortly. And I still cannot click the mesoscale discussion there, which is really annoying the crap out of me right now. Oh, yeah, that was Brennan. Sheesh. Bring Brennan in. No, don't bring Brennan in here. That would turn into chaos really fast. If you think you would reach TOS, then he definitely, if you might have a shot at reaching TOS, he definitely would. Oh, wow, they issued a severe thunderstorm watch to the south here. So, Austin, heads up. It's coming. And then we might also have to look over towards College Station, maybe even Galveston, Houston, if I can find you guys. Why isn't it pulling up Houston? That's weird. Houston should be somewhere over here. I don't see the city. Like, what's going on? Oh, there it is. I zoom out, it's not there, and then when I zoom in, it's there. But it's a huge city. Like, what? I was like, I know I'm not tripping. I know there's a Houston, like right around here somewhere, just to, like northwest of Galveston. I know I'm not the greatest with my geography, but come on now. Let's go ahead and click on a few of these warnings, by the way. Mainly looking at 60 mile per hour winds. Maybe some reports of hail up to about 1 inch in diameter here. Could be looking at severe storms with penny-size hail as well. Which in the olden times, about maybe 5 or 6 years ago, that would have been criteria for severe thunderstorms as well. Hush it, Kyle. Hush it. All right, then invite him in if you want, if he'll show up. All right, well, let's go ahead and look at some velocities real quick with this, and then we're going back to the tornado warned storms.
But only other thing I worry about when it comes to Brendan is when all three of us are together, stuff happens. Like, a lot of stuff happens. Put us in a public chat. Yeah, that goes really well. Ooh, there are some really strong winds with this, though. And a lot of lightning. So you are going to see a spectacular light show over towards Keelan, Austin, Kyle. Oh, look, there's a Kyle, Texas, too. What are you doing there? Huh? What are you doing in Austin, huh? What are you doing in Texas, huh, Kyle? I thought you were supposed to be in Arizona. Slipping on your job here. If you were chasing, you should have gave me a live feed, daggone it. Not like I would have probably been able to run it anyway. But you slipping. You slipping, man. Come on. I'm going to try not to laugh at this city name because you should probably be able to figure out why. Why I'm starting to laugh at this name. All I'm going to say is Gun Barrel City, and I'm just going to leave it at that. That sounds as Texas. That might just sound as Texas as it gets. But some pretty strong winds over here. These probably might be gusting up to 65 plus even. I wouldn't be surprised to see that. All right, let's get back to these tornado warnings now. Switch over to the Shreveport radar. Yeah, I might just do that. Wouldn't hurt. Okay, I'm still waiting on this radar to load, though. I don't know why that's the case. Why that's not working. Ooh, you're gonna have like a what? You're gonna do the whole Team Twistex type thing, or are you gonna be like Reed Timmer, or are you gonna be like not Sean Casey, but Josh Norman or Josh Warman? I mean, I don't know why I said Norman. I mean, you know that's where that Dow truck normally is in Norman, but still. You're going to be like one of those guys and then still be a sick metal guitarist on the side there too. All right, my radar finally came up. Nice. Whoa, 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 hold up. Whoa, tornado warning near Dallas. What in the heck? This is right outside of Dallas. Literally look away for 2 seconds. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is right on the south side of the Dallas Metro here. Wow. I look forward to seeing that. You guys see this tornado warning near the Dallas Metro that's suddenly popped up. Wow. I was not expecting that at all. And that's the dangerous thing about these lines of storms, man. These lines of storms can just start to get these little inflow notches and start to spin up just out of nowhere. And you don't really know until it's pretty much on you. So at times you almost have to treat these bow echoes as if they are tornadoes in a way. Just widespread, because at any point in the line, just like what you see here, you get these little velocity returns like this, and then you end up seeing a tornado warning get issued. They're very scary too when it happens. When it happens like right over you. You don't really expect it, and then all of a sudden it just pops up. See if there's any sort of CC drops. It's going to be harder to see with it being in a line of storms, especially with the rain being as intense as it is. And being as close proximity as we are to the radar, but it doesn't look like there's anything down here, though. I don't see anything close to concrete with this. I think a lot of us have, though, to be honest, Jordy. I mean, I still have that urge to chase. But the only thing for me is I just don't, I don't know about chasing out here in Dixie Alley. That is some very dangerous stuff. Storms are a different breed out here than what they are out there in traditional Tornado Alley. That is a dangerous game. That's not a chaser. That's a, I think this is just a regular camera. Yep, Serenity Ranch. Yeah, this is just a Serenity Ranch setup. And this doesn't even really give you a view of it. This is just really looking at someone's house. And that's what makes it so frustrating. And that's also another thing that's like frustrating with Vince Welty, because that's the same exact icon that he has, but that's not him. Not like the feed's good with it anyway. But you do get good instrument data from it. Temperature's about 74 degrees, dew point 61. Yeah. And then and then on top of that, the road network over here is just absolutely horrible. Like trying to chase in the Atlanta Metro would be an absolute nightmare. Jordan, you've been saying that for the longest about having to relocate from Kentucky, but you just don't want. But you keep saying that you're probably not. Come on, man, make your mind up, man. Yeah, that makes a lot of fun. That makes a lot of sense. The funds are always like the main thing overlooked when it comes to chasing tornadoes, especially with the way gas is nowadays. And that's the other reason why I wouldn't chase right now. The car I drive, yeah, I don't know if you know, but it takes 93. And I already drive like 30 minutes to work. Yeah. Sometimes I want to cry whenever I go to a gas pump. I just laugh instead. All right, let's go ahead and look at some other storms here. Seems like we're entering into a slightly quieter period. We only are down to one tornado warning in that storm that's in Dallas right now. Does not look like it's urgently producing anything. So we're going to switch back over to these other radar sites here. We still have 3 storm chasers on that one storm over towards Texarkana here. They're still sticking with that. Yeah, it looks like those tornado warnings have now expired. And also this one that Vince Welty had been on is now expired too. No, wait, hang on a minute. Ooh, your car's premium too. Yikes. Yeah, it sucks, man. It really does suck. But the one that Vince has been on finally dissipated. But look, actually, when I think about it, they do have different icons. Vince has a twister symbol. What is this symbol actually? I'm kind of curious. Whatever the case. Oh, I've been in full screen mode. Whatever the case, that's not a chaser. We'll make sure we remember that. It is a pretty cool emblem though for him. So we're more so just going to be keeping an eye on the severe thunderstorms throughout the course of the evening. These storms are now starting to get closer to the Shreveport site now. I miss those days when gas was $1.50 though. Talk about reminiscing. Oh, new tornado warning. This is on that line of storms again. This is to the south of the Dallas storm. This is towards Killeen. We're going to switch over to the Austin site. Oh, yeah, that's a pretty well-defined inflow notch right there. A little kink in that line here. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity here. Notable rotation right about there. Right where that lightning flash indicator is, right about there. Some really strong winds right about here too, so we'll have to keep an eye on that as well. Several points across the line where there's like some weak rotation. Right here is another good example. Right where those red and greens are touching a bit. Oh, that's a crappy drawing right there. Yikes. But this tornado warning, by the way, this is issued for Coryell and Lampasas counties in Texas. This is set to expire at 7:15. It's moving east at 45 miles per hour. And some other cities that could be involved in this warning could include Topsy, Pidcoke, and Rumley. This storm is also tagged for 60 mile per hour winds. Storm to the south where we're looking at the big gust of wind right there is tagged for 70. So we're going to look at both of these areas. Treat this one also as if it was a tornado warning, even though there's no rotation signature with that yet. It may change. But oh, it looks like Fort Hood's involved. That's my brother and sister. That's my brother and sister's hometown. So Fort Hood's involved in this tornado warning. We could also see Moffat in there, Moody. We'll be watching you guys too. Flat, Leon Junction, Mound, Cavett, Lime City, Whitson. You guys are not in the tornado warning yet, but if this holds up, all of you guys throughout here need to be on close watch here. And even if you don't get a tornado, you still have 60+ mile per hour winds heading your way. This can do the same kind of damage as a small tornado. So this still needs to be taken as such. So make sure you are in your safe place. Now to this I cannot speak. Now to this storm that's a little further to the south here, with the really strong damaging winds here. This is to the south of Killeen here, but some areas to look at would be, oh no, you delinquents better not go crazy with Ligma here. Is Ding Dong. There's Ding Dong, Mountain View Estates, Maxdale, Ocala, Briggs, Greens Crossing, Mahomet, Florence, Andes, Cedar Valley, Prairie Dale, Gerald, Swartner, Salado, and even Summers Mill. Down the line here, you could be dealing with some increased wind gusts, maybe up to 70 miles an hour or more. So make sure you guys are in your safe place, because this can do the same kind of damage as a small tornado. So our 2 tornado warnings are mainly on this line of storms now. We're starting to get into a time frame where the environment is leaning more so towards these storms becoming a little bit more linear versus discrete. So far, we've only had 1 tornado report. Let's see if there's and there's nobody really convening on on this line of storms here. This line of storms might be moving a little too quick for them, maybe. I think it's actually a lot better than what you would think. I think 45 miles an hour is actually enough to maybe manage it for a little while. But I think once they get on this, their chase is probably over after that. That's probably where their headspace is. Or at least that's my guess. Let's go ahead and look back at the reflectivity here. Still have that tornado warning ongoing to the south of Dallas here, the southeast of Dallas. Looks like Dallas is getting those damaging winds right now. Going through the worst of that storm, but right after that, your severe threat's over. So here's that tornado report from earlier. This was 5 miles east southeast of Como, Texas. Hopkins County train spotters reported tornado in Pickerington. Roof damage to a house along State Highway 11 at FM 269, down trees and power lines. So look a little further to the south here, because there's been pretty intense storms over here too. Starting to see San Antonio getting into the mix here. It's a pretty intense looking storm right here. We'll have to watch and see what this does. This has that little backward C look to it. This looks like it could pack at least 60 plus. Wouldn't be surprised to see this get confirmed here or become a considerable severe thunderstorm tag. Oops, keep on clicking that for whatever reason. Let's look at the reflectivity on this. Or the velocity on this. I was trying to get the velocity up. I think I clicked reflectivity again. Not all that impressive. Yeah, these storms to the south are not quite as impressive. Here's an overall view of the watches and warnings that we have going on right now as far as severe weather is concerned. Oh, we had a second tornado that popped up yesterday. This is also towards northern Alabama, right on the Alabama-Tennessee line. I knew there were a couple that came down yesterday. It was hard to believe that it was absolutely zero. I mean, a couple had a few good radar returns there, I guess. I don't know. Guess they just didn't want to call them confirmed for whatever reason, or they just weren't sure. That's my guess. So these guys are all convening over here towards Texarkana right now. Just waiting to see what's next, because it looks like the severe thunderstorm warnings out ahead of the main line are all starting to expire now. Let's go ahead and look at this storm here real quick as we probably can switch to the Fort Smith radar here. It's a new mesoscale discussion there. Not much in the way of velocity on that one. There's a little pocket where we could see some increased damage and some increased winds there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the reflectivity. I think that'll give us a better picture of what's going on here. There's a lot of lightning with that storm, though. Yeah, it doesn't really look all that impressive at this point. As we watch this head further to the north here, though, we're going to start to see increasing rainfall across Arkansas and eventually Missouri here. So flooding is going to become a big problem towards southern Missouri as we head into the evening and overnight hours across this region. More wind reports coming in from Dallas. I see a 60 mile per hour report coming in, also 70 in between both parts of the city. Right to the south of the tornado warning near Killeen, we already got a 60 mile per hour report. Then over here towards Austin, I think these are hail reports from earlier in the day. But we're going to see widespread damaging wind reports out of these. New severe thunderstorm warning got issued. And this is over towards central Arkansas now. This is ahead of that same storm that we were just looking at here. So this is dotted in for 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail. Warning goes till 7:30 Eastern time. And this is for Polk County in western Arkansas. Still radar indicated at this time, too. Some cities that could be impacted might be Mina, Wickeds, Hatfield, Vandervoot, Shady, Opal, Colsatot River State Park. I think I pronounced that right. Polk County Fairgrounds, Mina Intermountain Airport. That sounds interesting. Macaulay Cove, Acorn, Big Fork, Board Camp Rocky, Nunley Inc., Camp Pioneer, Hatton, and Potter. I did see on that last radar scan there that it looked like this one was holding some damaging winds in there, so definitely take shelter from this one. Treat this one as if it was a tornado warning. Looks like one of those chasers that were in that little chaser conference over here towards Texarkana is starting to move off to the northeast again. I think this is, yep, it was spreaded there. I wonder if you see something with one of those storms further up north. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're getting Brett's stream popping up here. The closer we get towards Arkansas, usually that's when we start to have a lot more trouble with live feeds. Ozarks are not known for being friendly when it comes to internet connection. Oops, I don't know. I didn't mean to click on that again. I meant to click on the Shreveport site. Probably start to see more of that line of storms over towards Texas as time goes on. Still holding on to that tornado warning over there. Those 2 tornado warnings towards Texas around Killeen and Dallas. This radar's taking its sweet time to load, but I think it's going to pop up for us here in just a moment. Looks like that polygon is just now starting to clear the Dallas area now. We're getting a lot of hail reports to the north of the city, though, now. Getting a lot of 1-inch hail reports, almost up to 1 3/4 inch hail, which will be right at about significant hail territory. Actually, I think that's about 2 inches, if I remember correctly. That would be about golf ball sized hail. Golf ball sized hail will leave dents in your car like you wouldn't believe. Baseball sized hail, you almost might want to call them bullet holes in a way. Thankfully, I've yet to experience that. I really don't want to. looking to the reflectivity here, I think they're going to let this expire in just a minute here. I don't really think this is going to hold out for too much longer. Do still have to look out for some prefrontal storms that'll try to emerge out in front of this, as they may have a chance to rotate briefly before getting overtaken by the main line. Yeah, I don't even see any sort of a velocity signature on this. I think we'll be too close to the Dallas radar site. Well, actually, no, the Fort Worth Dallas radar site might be good now. Yeah, I think that area of rotation is just about done in there. Let's check that one further to the south towards Colleen. Come on now. We do still, that's actually a pretty good return right there, actually, if I were to say so myself. So that's something that's going to have to be watched. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at the reflectivity here, and then maybe we'll look at the CC if it looks impressive on there as well. Yeah, it does, actually. This is holding up pretty good if I were to say so myself. So, and this is going to be very close to Colleen, too. It's going to pass maybe just barely to the north side of town. That looks interesting. I don't think it's a I don't think it's going to be a tornado, but it definitely looks interesting, but there's a lot of noise right here. Let's see if maybe I can switch this over to a different radar site. Maybe we can clear some of that out. Because the Austin radar site should be good enough to where it doesn't pick up that kind of noise, or it shouldn't. We'll see what happens with that. This could be kicking up a lot of dust too with the outflow, which will kind of shield us from seeing the CC. Okay. Okay, this does not want to work for me right now. We'll watch that. If it continues to become more impressive there, that very well could be down. That's the tricky thing about these QLCS type storms, because these quasi-linear storms could often produce tornadoes within a flash, and then before you know it, they'll lift back up, but not without doing their damage. They typically don't last a long time. But every once in a while, you'll get one that'll be really strong too. So I think this tornado one is probably going to be extended a little further out towards the west, or east, excuse me. And then probably the one over towards Dallas is going to expire. Let's see if it already hasn't. Yep, the one over at Dallas expired. Still have plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings along the line here. We still have our 2 tornado watches. Let's go ahead and go back to the reflectivity here and kind of zoom out here. Get more of a broad look at everything. This is probably a mesoscale discussion talking about how watch issuance is less than likely. If I were to guess. Let's go ahead and look at it. Yep. Watch unlikely. If there's anything that we could be looking at here, it might be for heavy rain and flooding. Let's see what this one has to offer. Okay, local severe and isolated tornado potential continues and will increase later tonight. This could be towards after midnight. Might be here for a while. It's gradually assuming that negative tilt that we were waiting on. So we still have a long way to go here. Like I said, this is going to be a very long stream, probably the longest I've done tonight. The way things look for work tomorrow, I'm probably not going to be able to get in. So I probably will be live streaming Friday too. I may have to pick a time to go to bed on this one. We'll see what happens with it. I'll probably try to go towards maybe like 10, maybe 11 or 12. And after that, I'm probably going to call it a night. All right, good to have you here, Kyle, man. Appreciate you. I'll catch you later, bud. I'll probably be streaming tomorrow because there's an enhanced risk for that too. So, busy times. Also kind of need to figure out what the heck I'm going to eat soon. It's getting close to time. Let's go ahead and take a look at our outlook real quick while we have a lull in the action here. First, I'm actually going to take these watches down a bit too. If I can figure out where I can find them. Okay, there they are. I think I found them. We're only going to keep the warnings on. Also going to take off the mesoscales for just a minute. So this is how we know that our threat's far from over. We're really just now starting to get in our moderate risk and enhanced risk areas here. A good chunk of this area here towards Texarkana and numerous other spaces in Arkansas and parts of Louisiana. We still haven't seen that main line of storms come in. The discrete storms may reform as this low pressure that was aforementioned over towards Arizona begins to go negatively tilted. Once that happens, the forcing level is going to change, and the thinking is that change is what's going to allow for these storms to go into more semi-discrete mode and eventually produce all modes of severe weather into the night here. I think the hail threat will start to diminish a bit, though. But all we can do is just wait and see. And then we also have to watch these storms as they head towards Mississippi once again, and parts of Tennessee as well. Probably once they get towards the Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi line, that probably will be when I call it. We'll see what happens there, though. Then we also have to take a look at day 2, and this is why I'll be streaming tomorrow, almost surely, because tomorrow we have an enhanced risk towards the Tennessee Valley here. This actually includes your area, by the way, Jordan. Here's our enhanced risk. That includes parts of Louisville, Bowling Green, and a lot of central Kentucky. You guys, and then over where you are, Jordan, you're more so in the slight risk, which you are not far away from that enhanced. Slight risk even includes my neck of the woods in Atlanta. We have Birmingham, Montgomery, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and we even have we're just about into Macon at this point too. Might have to watch Warner Robins. But this even stretches back into parts of the Ohio Valley even. Springfield, it looks like you're in there too. Southern Indiana, Southern Illinois, you guys are in there too. We'll have to watch you guys as we head into the day tomorrow for the threat of severe storms. Mainly looking more so towards tornadoes and wind. The hail threat really isn't there unless something's changed in that last look here. Looks like they have made a reissue on that tornado warning storm over towards Killeen. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. I don't know why we still have the CC up. I thought I got rid of that actually. Actually, let's go ahead and take a look at the CC before we let the loop here with the CC before we change it. No, I don't really think there was anything down with this right now. Yeah, let's go ahead and go to the velocity here. I don't know how much longer this one will really last either. Typically, these velocity couplets will not hold up for a very long time. Yeah, but I think by the time it gets towards Moody, it's probably going to be out of here. This has just gone through Killeen and Fort Hood. Pendleton, you guys are next. Troy, of course, Moody will watch you too. Bruceville and Bruceville Eddy, we're watching you. North Prairie and Mooresville. You may want to be keeping a close eye on this one too. Still a tornado warning in effect for some of these areas over here just to the east of Killeen. This is for Coryell and Bell counties until 7:30 Central Time. Take shelter. I'm gonna go see if I can get. I'm gonna go maybe look at something to eat real quick. If I'm quiet, that's probably why. That's probably gonna be why. Just bear with me for a minute. Alright, we're back. Looks like we got a new tornado warning storm to the south of the one that was in Colleen. This is over towards Georgetown. Let's go ahead and look at that. It's a good thing that we're already in the velocity mode here. There's some rotation there. Getting a little close to the radar site, so it's going to be a little wacky. It's going to look a little wacky, but yeah, you definitely can see something there. Don't really think anything would be down with this, I don't think, but we'll go ahead and check the reflectivity, and then maybe after that we might, depending on what that looks like, we might check the CC. I don't really see a whole lot going with that, but we'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, this little signature over here towards Colleen is still holding pretty strong. But it's taking its sweet time heading over towards Moody. Looks like those are the main things we have going on there. We have a multitude. We probably still have a multitude of severe thunderstorm warnings. We have 12. Oh no, we got a third tornado warning. So we have this one over here, and this is including. This is for Williamson County. This one is for, if I remember correctly, Coryell and Bell. What was that third one then? What was that third one then? Oh, this is Fannin and Lamar. Let's go ahead and take a look at that one. Nah, this isn't the one. Wasn't the one I wanted. Ugh. Come on, computer. Don't be stubborn with me here. Come on, computer. Alright, this is the one we want right here. This is a little closer towards northern Texas, and it is taking me in way too close. Waiting on the radar to pop up because this computer does not want to work with me today. So it looks like we do have a decent little inflow notch here, but it's not super impressive. We'll see how this performs from here on out. I don't think there's going to be a great chance of there being something down. We look at the velocity. There is something there, but it's pretty broad and it's not very tight. That's for sure. That's what he said. Anyway. If we were to look at the CC drop with this, I wouldn't expect to really see anything at all. Yeah, it's mostly rain. For right now, at least. We'll see if, we'll keep an eye on this one, see if anything changes with that. Starting to get more and more damaging wind reports. This is over towards, where is this exactly? This is right over the letters here. It's Caddo Mills. 60-mile-per-hour wind. You got some power outages out in the city. We could still see more damaging winds as these storms continue to move through. More power outages. We're just on the edge of the radar range here. Let's probably switch back over more so towards Georgetown site. Might be a little too close there. See if maybe we can find another site that's a little bit more ideal. Here's a site closer to San Antonio. Let's see if this will do any better. Scroll back up just a tiny bit. Yeah, still nothing super impressive with this one. There is a tiny signature still here, but not much to worry about at the moment. Eyes are a little bit drawn towards this little signature here, but I think the storms have just about passed through this area at this point now. Let me go back to reflectivity and take a look at that one. That could be something to watch. Because we're seeing this little sector kind of push outward. You see that little backward C shape, and then somewhere in here, that's where we're going to have that cold and warm air meeting as this storm continues to gust out. So this could be a point of interest there. Let's go ahead and take a look at it looks like there's a new tornado warning that got issued. I think this is an extension of the one that was for Bell and Coryell. It is. That storm's held together really well, actually, if you ask me. Scroll back a little further up north, and there it is. Surprised that they've kept those tornado warnings going with it. Really am. Alright, so let's go back to a wide view of these storms and see what's going on, and then we'll see what happens next with this. Maybe we can use the Shreveport radar. I think these storms to the south aren't going to be caught by that, aren't going to be picked up on that. Seeing more and more flash flood warnings go into effect here too. So now we've finally got that to load. Do see a few more prefrontal storms trying to emerge out ahead of this main line here, and we'll have to watch that. I'm kind of curious to see where that main low pressure is now. So I think that's going to be a key factor in what happens a little bit later tonight. Hence why I'm planning on still streaming into the late evening and maybe even a little bit into the overnight hours. Well, that was my seat. It's a little leather seat here. Just moving around in the seat, just trying to keep myself moving around just a little bit so I don't get stiff. Let's go ahead and see what this looks like. Brad Arnold. Yep, Brad Arnold is doing here. Wonder if he's heading towards that tornado warning storm. Not able to see what kind of winds he's dealing with as he's hanging out towards that area right now.
Hey,
Well, easy come, easy go. Daggone it. There's some interesting storms hanging out over here. Oh, new severe thunderstorm warning. This one looks a little bit more semi-discreet. So this will be something to watch over here. This is towards a very familiar area that we were looking at yesterday, closer towards Hot Springs. I think this is going to go to the north of them. But there is a severe thunderstorm warning for almost golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is issued for the counties of Scott, Polk, Yell, Montgomery until 8:15 Central Time. It's all radar indicated, by the way. So some towns and cities involved in that: Odin, Opal, Gravelly, or Muddy Creek, WMA, Acorn, Board Camp, Cedar Creek, Nunley, Inc., Gibbs, Pencil Bluff, Y City, Pine Range, NOLA, Cherry Hill in Polk County, Harvey, Sims, and Parks County as well. So make sure you're indoors and make sure you're taking your proper safety precautions there. Yeah, it looks like Brad Arnold is blasting towards that storm that has the tornado warning on it. These guys might be heading towards this storm right here. This looks like, at the very least, that's Brandon Kopic and maybe Brett Adair. Yep. I think Vince Welty is hanging more to the south right now. Or maybe he's trying to find a road to get to where they are. Storm over here is starting to look a little bit more impressive. Let's see, there's a way for Vince to go here that would put him ahead of that storm. Yeah, I think the way he's going is probably the best way. See what this storm looks like over here that's heading towards Paris, the one that Brad Arnold's charging towards. I do think that this storm kind of looks like it might be falling apart here. Now we're just waiting for the change over to the velocity data here. Oh, actually, it looks excuse me, looks a little better on radar now. It's not the greatest return I've ever seen, but it's a lot more notable. And I guess Brad Arnold is going to find out exactly what it is. Just having a really hard time getting anyone's stream up, unfortunately. So far, this storm is no real signs of significant rotation. But yeah, this could be trying to produce a tornado right now. Let's go ahead and check the CC drop here. Looks interesting, but right now, no. There's a point right here that looks like there's a small drop, but I think that's a little too far to the north. Well, actually, when I think about it, though, it could be a little intersection between these two where these are starting to interact. There could be a little bit of a merger going on there. Got something in my throat, man. Just can't seem to shake that off. It's looking a little bit better on radar as time goes on, too, so see if we can't try and get a look at Brad Arnold's stream one more time here. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a hold of him this time here. Excuse me. My mic's not working right. Come on now. Please work for me. Wait, I think we're back now. Well, that was fun. It's been that kind of day. Everything seems to be working really weird on my end. As if the Wi-Fi isn't giving me enough trouble, or the internet in general. Well, we just got a new severe thunderstorm watch issued, and this is now stretching towards the east of San Antonio. Houston is involved in this. If I can get this to even zoom in. Yeah, Houston's in this severe thunderstorm watch. Still a handful of tornado warnings. Nothing looks like it's on the ground, though. The one towards Paris showed the most promise at a point, but that looks like it's starting to weaken now. For the most part. We'll watch and see what these embedded supercells continue to do. But I actually may call this stream a little bit earlier. I'll wait until these two down here towards southern Texas expire. And maybe this one, and then we'll probably just call it a night. Because I still don't know for sure whether or not I'm going to work tomorrow. But I do know I just realized I do need to pick up my check. Yes, not every job does direct deposit, but I don't know what time they plan to do that. It'll probably be somewhere around 10. So probably look for a live stream tomorrow, maybe around 11. Or maybe I'll live stream out. I don't even know at this point because I'm having so much trouble with my stuff right now. Maybe I've done this a little bit too hastily. Some other things I got to figure out first with this before I go forward. Let's go ahead and switch over to this radar if I can. 7 minutes left on this tornado warning, a little further to the south here. It's a little bit of a radar, not radar notch, but a inflow notch here, but still nothing that just screams at me, okay, this is definitely a tornado on the ground. The velocity will show us a better look, and even that itself isn't all that impressive. Of course, we're right on top of the radar at this point, so getting a good return right now is going to be pretty difficult. College Station radar here is pretty unreliable. I know this from past experience. Sometimes it'll come through, but most times it's just better to avoid it. Let's use a San Antonio radar. I think that warning just might have expired. No, it's still there. Oh, come on. Why is this thing acting up so much? I think this might be the first time I've had an issue with the radar site in general. Wow. This is my kind of night. Sheesh. Oh, hey, there we go. So we take a look at this storm over here. Yeah, I think this storm's done with its tornado warning. Once this expires, I think that's it for right now, as far as this one goes. We'll look a little further to the north and see what they have going on up there. I think that's the only tornado warning we got left. Oh, wait, no. No. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, that's the only tornado warning we got left, really. 'Cause it's for the same storm. It's just that other one's only got 4 minutes left to expire here. I think after this, I might actually get off. There's plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings, but I think my computer is not responding well to all of this. And I may need to get this worked on here. Wait just a minute. Still a little something right here. Not much of one, but there is a tiny little signature here. And that's why they kept this warning going. Still got 33 minutes on that. We'll see what this does by the next scan or two, and we'll probably have a good idea of what's next. As far as anything else down the line is concerned, I don't really see too much as of yet. Yeah, I don't really see too much more down the line. That really leads me to think there's going to be a lot of tornado potential with this main line for right now. Into the overnight, there's still a chance of some tornadoes. And then here's this mesoscale where we're not expecting much anything to happen here. Quickly switch over to this storm over here towards Wichita. I'm gonna guess that's pronounced Wichita National Forest. Check that one out. That looks interesting. That actually looks really interesting. Don't see any chasers near it. Let's go ahead and look at what the reflectivity looks like. This does seem to me like this is a discrete cell here too. So this is something that probably still needs to be watched. Very messy though. So I don't think this has a great chance of producing a tornado. If it does, it's going to be very hard to see. So if anyone happens to be in this warning area right now, even though it's only a severe thunderstorm, if this is trying to rotate, you would definitely want to make sure you get into your safe place. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for watching. I know it hasn't been, no, this isn't Ryan Hall or anybody like that, but I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you. Yeah, this is looking like it's trying to form a hook really quickly. But I do think this is going to end up getting undercut by these other storms around it. Yeah. Just as quickly as it's trying to rotate, I think it's going to end up just becoming a messy storm. It may form a weak ecoregion a little bit later, but I don't see an imminent tornado threat with this just yet. I think this is going to form into a small line segment as it goes through the national forest here and works its way to the east here towards Hot Springs. This is towards that little area where watch issuance was less than 20% here, so doesn't surprise me that that storm is starting to fall apart just a little bit. Not look as impressive here. So we'll go back to this tornado warning storm here. Let's try and see what the Galveston radar looks like. Maybe it'll give us an even better picture. I feel like the San Antonio radar is giving us a little bit of a rugged look, just because of the angle of where that storm is. Why can't we get this radar to work? Come on, baby. Work for me, please. Thank you. Just on the edge of the radar ring here. Yeah, looks like there's still something there, but I can't really get a good look at it with this radar sight. I think we're just going to stick with San Antonio. Even then, it still doesn't look all that impressive anymore. I think this tornado warning is gonna probably be expiring soon, or they're probably gonna lift it shortly. There's still some rotation, but not much. This is the only tornado warning left. 25 minutes left to go for that one to expire. Guess while we're at it, we can take a look at a few more of these severe thunderstorm warnings, especially as they're starting to work their way into Arkansas now. Still have that one with the over quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds towards Scott and Yale counties in Arkansas. Then we have Kendall, Bexar, Bandera, Medina, and Blanco counties with severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This has penny-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We have Navarro, Limestone, Freestone, Henderson, and Hill counties in Texas with a severe thunderstorm warning. That's set to expire in 10 minutes. We have Choctaw McCurtain and... Dang, it went away before I could even finish reading it. Dang. I have to find it now. Sheesh. Like I said, this has been that kind of day. And it looks like Bowie County. That's what I saw. It does have a tornado possible tag with that. So in fact, let's go ahead and take a look at that. See if that might be any more impressive here. This is over towards southeastern Oklahoma here. I think I'll switch over to the Shreveport radar. Looks like that one's working a little better. Okay. Make sure I'm looking at the right storm here. I think it was over here though. No. I think it was this one. Nope. Okay, this is the one. Just on the edge of the radar ring here. We might be in a small radar hole maybe. Let's try and see if Fort Smith will give us a better look here. If not that one, then maybe no, that wouldn't be it. Ugh. Still not giving us a great look there either. This is like the smallest radar hole ever, but there's one. There definitely seems like there is one here. I can't tell exactly what exactly is going on here with this storm. Let me try and check the reflectivity. Maybe there's something I'm missing. If I remember correctly, I think there is actually a radar hole here. No? This is with the tornado possible tag, and looks pretty messy. I didn't really see too much on the velocity scan that made me believe that there was an imminent tornado threat with this. So I think it's going to remain with that tornado possible tag for a good minute here. The main threat with this is definitely hail and maybe some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's go back and check that one tornado warning and see how that's going. I still think after this tornado warning expires, I'm probably just gonna call it a night. I think I'm still gonna try to live stream tomorrow, but I'm gonna keep on working on this here. I feel like I can give a better experience than what we're getting right now out of this. Don't worry though, upgrades will eventually be coming. A lot of updating is in store this year especially. We're kind of close to the radar site still, but I think this should be just far enough to where this isn't going to really pose a problem. What is a problem is me zooming out this far, sheesh. And switching radars apparently. Still has a decent look on radar. Let's check the velocities. As far as velocity scans concerned, it doesn't look all that. I still think this is probably going to expire. Or we may even lift it before then. More than likely they'll just let it run out. Unless there's a quick resurgence, and otherwise they would have issued a warning out ahead of it like they have for the severe thunderstorm warning part of the storm. Still seeing some pretty strong winds on the south side of this thing towards Rockdale, heading into Milano. Hearn, Franklin, you guys are next in line for that, so you should be taking shelter, because this can still be treated almost as if it is a tornado warning. The winds are strong enough to where they can do the same kind of damage as a tornado. And then some places out ahead of this warning that need to be prepared for the warning to be issued. Marquez, Jewett, Centerville, Leona, Buffalo. Might be a good time to start heading to your shelter. You could probably walk, though. Another little couplet not necessarily a couplet, another little shear line right here. Very broad, very weak rotation, but we'll see what that ends up posing as time goes on. Another 15 minutes for that tornado warning. Doesn't look like there's anything new going on now. look at some more severe thunderstorm warnings, I guess. There's nobody really near any storms right now. I don't know if they're still going after anything. Only one I've seen so far is Brad Arnold, but I cannot get his stream up for the life of me. Then Vince and Brandon, I think Brett Adair, I don't know if they're waiting on the storms to get into Arkansas later tonight, or if they're just gonna call it a night at this point. It's hard to say at this point. Let's play this and see what we get out of it. Oh, we got a little something. See if it stays that way. Yep. See what I'm talking about. Just as quickly as it goes up, it goes away. CPU is just not really capable of running all this, I think. Yeah, we'll just get out of that. It's not really working. I think this storm is about to exit the tornado warned area. There's a small little couplet right over here to the north of Liberty and to the west of Hanover, Texas. Very weak one though. Go ahead and check if this was down or not. I don't think so, but I'd rather make sure. Yeah, nothing down from the looks of it here. It's all just rain and hail mostly from this one. Give this a few more minutes. Starting to look a little more interesting on the south side of this system here. Starting to see a little bit of a discombobulation here with the line just a bit. Maybe getting back into a discrete storm mode now, possibly. So I'm actually gonna go ahead and go back on the loop here real quick before I say anything else, because maybe I might stay longer because of it. We'll probably move this back to about 30 frames actually. It might take a little longer for this to load, but okay. Nope, it's not moving. Wait, here it is. There we go. Well, that's a small victory. This computer's been leaving me feeling a little defeated at times today, so it's nice to see one thing go right with it. But I do see a little bit of a more discrete nature coming from these storms here. It's gonna be I think probably after this warning expires, I'm still gonna probably go to bed. Might be a new inflow notch that develops further to the north here with this. And then this might turn into a little bit of a comma head here. So there's two areas to watch here with this. But mainly I'm thinking we're going to still be looking at damaging winds here. Why does this thing keep loading? It's so weird how this thing's acting. See if I can get this back to 7 frames or something. Maybe it'll help get things under control here. Oops. Okay, let's look at the velocities real quick. Still nothing on either scan on either cell here or here where that split has emerged. Still plenty of lightning with these though too, especially on the backside of this one. Just make sure you do not touch anything metal over here if you're still over in Cameron and Buckholtz. And then towards Calvert and Hearn. When the storm arrives, don't touch any metal, don't touch any metal plumbing, piping, whatever. Just sit on the couch or sit in your safe spot and just kindly wait for this storm to pass. I think they just let that tornado warning expire.
Alright. Well, guys, it was a fun one. It was an adventurous one. But I think I'm going to call this one for now. We'll see what happens overnight with these storms, but I got a lot to do tomorrow, even if there is a chance of me live streaming. We'll see what happens. But until then, this has been Ty. You guys have a good night.